Just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
I'm happy to announce that we have negotiated a trade deal.
Is it with China?
Oh, is it Europe? No, it's the Frank Lita Automotive Outlet in Bridgeton.
It's a trade buyout. You can get thousands over book value for any trade-in. Thousands.
He's right, even if you still owe.
But what about down payments?
Every vehicle is just one dime down. A dime. New vehicles with a lifetime warranty, priced under $20,000 and payments under $300 a month. Acres of the hottest pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs, all makes, all models, and most come with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
I need credit.
Just ask for credit amnesty. If you've got a job and a dime, you ride. Plus, you could get thousands over current book value for any trade-in.
And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to the trade buyout.
At the Frank Lita Automotive Outlet
in Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com.
New 24 Mirage, $19,675, dime down, $290 a month, 72 months at 2% APR, plus tax tag titles to qualified buyers.
One of St. Louis's longest-running podcasts, The Morning After, is available wherever you get your podcasts. Featuring Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett.
It is our pleasure to welcome to the show Cardinal President Bill DeWitt III.
I mean, anytime you're going backwards in a revenue stream of that magnitude, there aren't a lot of attaboys in the front office.
The Morning After. Find out more at tmastl.com. Brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Get a free injury consultation with a personal injury lawyer at Brown and Crouppen.
Saving money in all Purdy tools to help you finish your next painting project. Menards carries Purdy paintbrushes, roller covers, prep tools, trays, kits, and more to help you get the job done right. Purdy brushes have been handcrafted in the USA for 100 years and are the #1 brand preferred by professionals. Save big on Purdy painting tools, and don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
Jamie Rivers here with Katie from Elite Comfort Experts. You are now a BBB Torch Award winner for ethics. The BBB doesn't hand these honors out to just anyone, and everyone says they have good customer service, but what makes Elite Comfort Experts unique?
It's simple. We mean it. And from day one, every Elite Comfort Expert employee knows the philosophy to always do the right thing. We have all had at least one company from some industry come into our home, promise the world, or sell you something you didn't need. We make it a priority not to be that company. We are here to do the right thing. That's when honors like the BBB Torch Award for Ethics come our way.
Trust me, as a longtime homeowner, I know it's not easy to have an HVAC company you can trust. I now have one, Elite Comfort Experts.
Whether you're looking to extend the life of your current system with a biannual maintenance or you need help now, let Elite Comfort Experts earn your trust.
Give Katie and Elite Comfort Experts a call at 636-800-2089. Again, that's 636-800-2089 or online at EliteComfortExperts.com. No gimmicks, just guarantees.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
Hey, welcome aboard. It is TMA, the Morning After on 101 ESPN. That's Doug. That's Kurt. I'm Martin. We have this talented trio. Doug DeCuire.
No, where's Tim? Where is Tim? That's not his voice.
399-9646, the Air Comfort Service text line. I have to tell you that Doug, moments ago, Doug's usually on it. Pretty accurate read of things. He said, I guess I won't need the gong today. Chairman Kurt and I said, I beg to differ.
Yeah, keep that thing close by.
Still be eliminating?
Maybe more so than usual.
Oh, let's get practicing.
Dear God.
Okay.
They're not only going to be lemonading, they're going to be crying in their text. And, Doug, you're going to find out today that you suck and I suck and Kurt sucks.
Oh, gosh.
Where's Tim?
Yeah.
Now, the other part of the text line is people love to nuke Jackson. Does it balance it out? Because Jackie Papers is not here today. So they normally like to just tee off. Well, I guess they'll just take all that anger that's normally balled up and sent in Jackson's direction and send it at us. Although, the last time Kurt ran a remote, Jackson was out. It was spotless. And the listeners pointed out that old Jackson had a hard time. It was not his fault, but it made for good radio that it was his fault. We were knocked off the air. And then Kurt stepped in the next day and threw a perfect game. But we took him out, Doug, after 3 hours. We didn't let him finish the fourth hour.
No, we don't want a perfect game. Tim always jokes about going on vacation to the Hamptons in New York. I had someone ask me the other day, says, is Tim really going to stay at Jackson's place on Montauk? I said, come on, it's a joke.
There's so much of this show that is like a narrative. When I would hear you guys on occasion, and my car radio, the HD2, was broken, kind of like Rich Gould's AM radio was always broken, I didn't know what was a joke and what wasn't a joke. Then I started doing the show, and Jackson had a purple Mini Cooper. So one day we were walking out. I said, where's your Mini Cooper? He said, what are you talking about? I didn't realize that was also part of the show.
Fake news.
You can text in. It's the Air Comfort Service text line, 399-9646. We have the Collier and Thompson phone lines, but this could be a challenge. Chairman Kurt normally handles the phone calls. And while we're knee-deep in intense sports discussion, you can usually hear Kurt in the background. Yeah. Did you want to say that on air?
You want to talk about it?
You want to talk about it?
What are you wearing?
What? And then it gets a little creepy, and then Kurt's like, what are you doing later? 974-0101. All of those are 314-974-0101. That's the Collier and Thompson phone line. And welcome in. It's July 3rd. Doug, we got a program for you.
Okay.
The skipper, nice. Tony La Russa, at 8 o'clock. He has his event. It's less than 2 weeks away. It's July 16th at the Stiefel Theater. Bringing back some former Cardinals, an evening of Cardinal storytelling. I think they want to honor the memory of Walt Jocketty, who passed away recently. Also some Darryl Kyle stories he said they never really got into. But Mike Matheny's coming back. David Eckstein, Izzy, Edmonds, David Freese, Will Clark. Going to be a great night. I thought it'd be fun to just pepper him with questions about each of those players. But also, Tim has that QFTA.
Questions for the audience, from the audience.
Right, from the QFTA. I thought we'd do QFTLR, questions for, text them in, and we'll pass, assuming they're suitable.
Oh, sure.
For a Hall of Fame manager.
What are you wearing?
We'll start with that. Yeah. So if you have a question for the skipper, text them in, and we'll incorporate that into the conversation. That's at 8 o'clock, and then Doug at 9 o'clock. This guy did sports and then news. His name is Steve Savard. I don't know if you're familiar.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
You do? Okay.
Back to you, Steve.
Back to you, Steve. I wanted him in studio. He's moving back to St. Louis. I think he announced it on this show, but he's still in Springfield. He said selling the house, but he said if you want me to call in and talk about Doug's 3-week vacation.
I don't take him.
He said he's willing to clarify, which is fitting because Tim's on vacation today and all of next week. Jackson's out today, I think, back on Monday. So, Sevy Savard, questions for Sevy. This is what you do, Doug, when you don't have a ton of material. You just say, why don't you tell me what you want to ask the guest?
Okay.
Steve, do you have any questions for Steve other than him spreading this terrible myth?
Well, I'll think of something between now and 9.
These guys are some dumb mother...
And then I thought I'd share with the audience a TV visit we had this week with Pat Maroon, talking about his career, recently retired, winning the 3 Stanley Cups, and some good backstory during the Blues Stanley Cup run of 2019. We'll get into that in the 10 o'clock hour. And then, Doug, a lot of times this show, I feel like we let the audience, they guide us.
Sure.
We'll talk some Cardinals. There is a dossier. There is a Cardinals corner. You and Kurt are going to clear the deck at some point in the 10 o'clock hour.
We'll clear the phone lines, absolutely.
But you'll be doing a little... Chairman, what's clearing the deck look like today?
I think we're going to do a little Doug Sadie Hawkins during clearing the deck. Okay. We've got a single woman who is asking men on a dating app for audio of them doing the Tim Allen grunt from Home Improvement.
Okay. Kurt always ventures towards dating.
What is that grunt? What is that?
I didn't watch that show.
I'm not sure that I could pull that off on the spot.
Okay. Did you watch Home Improvement, Doug?
No. I didn't watch much network TV for years.
As a sports guy at night, you never watch the shows because the game's always on.
Right. When you're working late, and if you're watching anything, it's the Cardinals or the Blues or something, football.
We also will have Tinder testing out its new height filter. And also a link titled, Here's Why Gym Bros Want Big Butts Now for Themselves.
For themselves?
Mm-hmm.
That's for guys?
Yeah. like the Big Dumper in Seattle.
Okay.
I've got some good audio. I had a lovely listener send me an audio clip last night that I clipped off this morning.
Who is this listener?
I believe it was the husband of Aaron and St. Chuck.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if he has nipple rings like she does, but they sent me a good little piece of audio. It's a quick hitter. It's good.
Okay.
So, yeah, we've got a little bit of everything today. It won't be the same without Tim, but we're going to do our best.
The first lemming of the day is from Kurt, Chairman Kurt.
Martin, as you mentioned those names coming to the Tony La Russa affair, wouldn't it be fun to see those guys become a softball team? Maybe tour around and raising money for charity and a softball team of former Cardinals. That'd be a fun thing to see.
I would watch that.
I would too. You wouldn't like to see Will Clark at a softball?
And Will Clark probably isn't in unbelievable shape right now, but I bet you anything he could slap a base hit.
Oh, sure they could.
1,000%.
Not sure how well he could run still.
It's amazing that he has such a Cardinal legacy since he was here for, 2 months?
Yeah.
Maybe 2 months. I was at an event downtown. I think Vermeil was at the event. He had retired, but he came back for some huge luncheon, and it was the same day. Will Clark announced his retirement, and I remember the whole room groaned. They were so disappointed.
Yeah.
That and he didn't come back because McGuire was still here, and he thought, well, they don't have a spot for me, and then McGuire ended up being hurt almost
he was
all of that year.
Just an immediate Cardinal favorite. It's too bad we didn't get to see him for all.
Which is surprising because the brawl with the Giants, people hated the Giants.
Yeah.
And then he had moved around Texas and Baltimore, but
I think people could really get behind it. Former Cardinal softball team.
I am extremely fed up with Mike Matheny.
Okay.
Matheny will be there as well.
I just wonder if a lot of those guys would like to be seen playing again when they're not in the same shape they were in when they were 27 years old.
Edmonds looks like he's in the gym all the time. He looks like he could launch a few.
Yeah.
Matheny's always in good shape.
Were you guys ever into the softball thing? Did you guys get into slow pitch softball in adulthood?
I think again, but don't you think that was not an opportunity if you're doing nightly sports for the most part?
Couldn't do it working, but
I always hated it. I played baseball through college.
Oh, you were too good for it.
It wasn't my thing. I can't hit.
You can't hit a slow pitch?
No. Skinny bat, fat ball. Not a fan.
It's mostly social.
Yeah.
If you're on a team, somebody will print the shirts. Maybe somebody's friend who has a trucking company will put their logo on the back. And then it's just a reason to go sit at Trainwreck.
And somebody will blow out a hamstring and you can get together at the hospital and talk about old times.
I think Forest Park on an evening night in the summer, there used to be like 8 games going at once.
That's how I did my Achilles tendon.
Softball?
Channel 4 had a team for a year or two, and they called me one night right after I got off work. I was off at 6:30 that night for whatever reason. They said, hurry up, we've only got like 8 players. We got to have 9 and we're going to forfeit. You got to get here in a hurry. So I drove as fast as I could in my street clothes. I'm changing my clothes while the game is starting. The other team is taking the field, and so I'm just getting my T-shirt and the shorts on to play and the spikes, and I get out there, and now we got 9 guys and said, you're up. I'm up. What do you mean I'm up? And so I immediately went to the plate, and I hit one in the gap. And so without the first bit of stretching or warming up at all, I am now sprinting to third base and got there, and I said, oh, what happened to the foot? What happened to the foot? And as I popped half of the Achilles tendon off the heel. Daddy's ready to bottom. I wasn't ready to bottom at all. I bottomed out right then.
Kurt's just kind of a naughty guy.
He is.
He's always got a little, hey, Kurt, it's the Super Bowl. Let's break down the matchup. Well, I've got some audio of a woman being hit on by a trucker in a drive-thru. Oh,
Bros
okay,
are liking
sure.
big butts now.
Yeah, I'm a degenerate at heart.
Well, watch it. Watch it.
No, Tim, the audience won't be much good to you. Colonel Angus has chimed in. He said this show's going to suck, Doug.
Hello, bitch.
My wife has asked me, how do you do a show when you occasionally look down and somebody just tells you how awful you are? She said there really isn't a comp for that. When you're serving food even, people are mostly happy. The occasional, hey, I'm going to send this back.
Sure.
Which is a whole nother dynamic. But there isn't really a comp. You suck. You're like, hey, thanks so much. Professor, you're having a terrible class today.
I guess the only comp would be like athletes who get heckled.
Yeah, or booed.
Yeah.
And then you're Ollie Marmol and you go into the crowd, or you yell into the crowd.
Right. Oh, yeah, they hate us.
By the way, they're no longer undefeated on Ollie's birthday, Doug. That was our stat of the day.
Okay.
I think we were promoting the under, which we never found out what it was, but the Cards lost 5-zip to the Pirates. 3 straight losses, 3 straight shutouts. You get the sweep in Cleveland. You go to Pittsburgh, you get swept. I do think losing Arenado in that series, losing Contreras in that series, albeit in the second game, and not having Vaughn Herrera. Those are 3 right-handed bats.
Oh, yeah. Gutted the middle of the order.
Gosh. 1 for 10, and it was the same anomaly as Tuesday night on Wednesday where they actually had a hit with a runner in scoring position, but it didn't score a run. Tuesday, you had the runner thrown out at the plate. I was looking at that last night. They were 1 for 10. I thought, well, they didn't score. But you had a runner on second and an infield hit. So that still counts. Don't you usually look at the runners, the RISP, and equate that to a run or two?
Sure, yeah.
Well, it didn't.
When you look at that Pirate team, you wonder, how are they this bad with some of the pitchers they have? They've got some good pitchers. Skeens is as good as anybody in the game. Mitch Keller's a good pitcher. Their bullpen is good. Bednar's really good. How are they this bad?
You know who they're... Mike Lee has chimed in.
They just don't score runs, I guess, is the answer to the question, why are they this bad? But usually if you've got solid pitching, you're going to be decent.
Yeah, every series, and I know Doug devalues a series, but every series, if you can have the Skeens, the Kellers, Keller's record was terrible, but he had pitched fairly well. And then Mr. Heaney pitched Monday, appears to be capable. The AAA pitching coach for the Pirates is Andy Bennis' son.
Oh, really?
And Andy has said the last couple of years, you wait, just wait. He said these Pirates pitchers coming up. And I think he's talking about pitchers who are not even here yet. Maybe it's true. Nobody's playing better than the Pirates.
Well,
they've 3-game sweep.
They've drafted really high for a lot of years. I mean, they hit on Skeens, obviously, but how many others have they really hit on? You'd think every year they're getting like a top 5 pick or so.
Garrett Cole. Who else?
I'm not necessarily a big St. Louis fan, like Cardinals fan.
Come on, Charlie.
Let's see here. We'll scroll through it. Tim sucks. You 3 are the best, so you have to ungong it for that. That's from Angry Dan.
Hit the gong from the other side. There.
And by the way, when I look at the history of the texter, sometimes it gives you context as to where they're coming from. Colonel Angus, who told us that this show is going to suck, previously is the one who said to shoot Fetty into the sun, which I really appreciated. So I'm going to take the insult because I like his body of work. Martin, this is Pete driving in Webster Groves on 44. Traffic is good. That's from Tiger Warson Woods. Now, is it my buddy Pete driving in Webster Groves or just a guy named Pete?
It's just a guy, probably.
It's hard to know.
Well, it's nice to get that 44 update. Not much traffic on 270
I bet you
today.
nobody's working today, Doug. I bet you most people have shut it. Or they
take an extra day?
No, I'm going to make a call. I'm going to stop in and see a couple clients today, and then I'm going to finish up at home.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Normally, traffic on Friday's light on the highways, too. And I wonder how many people just say, I'm not going into work on Friday. Wouldn't it be nice to have a job like that at some point to say, I'm just not going in today?
I mean, you know me. I want to get paid to do as little as possible.
Yeah.
Iggy has entered the conversation. Yeah, there's very few jobs that I'm aware of, Doug, where you just kind of say, I just won't be there.
Yeah, but apparently enough people have that job that it really affects the traffic on the highway.
There's a lot of layers to my career.
Okay.
Sound like a Mike Francis and not interested. Martin, it's the Stiefel dossier. You're already blowing it. And that's from Rhett at Stiefel. So he has a specific interest in this. Sorry, Rhett. Yes, the Stiefel dossier, bringing you a Hall of Fame manager, Tony La Russa, will take your questions. Some have already firing those off as well. So text in questions for La Russa at 8 o'clock. Sevy will take your questions. At 9 o'clock, Steve Savard. You'll hear from Pat Maroon the morning after. Brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Stiefel dossier, Air Comfort Service text line, Collier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman, can you answer calls if we wanted to take calls?
Yeah.
And my call audit today would be, are you working or are you pretending to work? And if you pretend to work, how do you do it in your particular industry? Like if you just say, yeah, I'm going to make a couple of stops.
Going through emails.
Yeah, I'm gonna go, and then I'll finish up at home or work. I still
make a few calls.
We get people even at Fox 2 will just say working from home. And I'm like, I don't know how that, what do you do from home?
Could do it.
What if I just said, I'll be working from home tonight? You're going to do the sports. Yeah, just call my phone.
Did you do the sports from home there during COVID?
On occasion, they had us in the sports office, kind of off to the side, and there was like a camera set up.
Yeah.
It all seems, it was a very serious time, but a lot of the measures we took now feel kind of silly.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
And stay out of the building as much as possible. And Charlie's like, no problem, dude. See you in a couple weeks.
I know. I had to do sports from my family room.
I remember that.
And all people would ever talk about is, what's that behind you? Is that a new bookshelf? Or who built the bookshelf? Stop it! I am doing the sports here, and my face is the moneymaker. And you stop looking behind me. But that's all you could see. When news anchors would do the sports, a cat would go by, and that's all you could watch.
Hey, will you get naked?
I was asked that a few times.
Hey, is Doug reading Catcher in the Rye? What is going on? Like, were you cognizant of what was behind you?
Yes.
Because I think all these ESPN pundits put things back there.
Yeah.
A book, something very cerebral, so you know that they read
a couple of awards maybe they won in 5th grade.
Maybe a track medal, JV.
Mm-hmm. But that became the big talking point, I think, is what does this anchor or this weather person or sports guy have in their house? Let's look at their house. Let's not listen to what they're saying. Weird times.
Why didn't you clear the deck behind you?
I guess I should. All I had behind me, I had a fireplace and a TV and a bookshelf.
Oh, we get it.
That's
you have a fireplace. God.
I don't use it much.
I don't think this show won't suck from Pujols' Pool Hole.
Okay.
I don't think Jackson's approved that name. Probably shouldn't have read it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I don't think I can read that about Doug having a tattoo up his spine. Okay.
Which one is Grinder again?
Okay. Okay. All right. Can we start a grassroots movement to burn Lambert to the ground?
Oh.
FEMA could run a better airport. It sounds like somebody, we don't advocate any of that. Sorry, Albert Edison. Sounds like somebody is at Lambert and having a bad experience. That was a question I had for you, Doug, for you, Kurt.
Can we burn it to the ground? I'd say no.
No, that is not. We do not advocate that. There's better ways to vent your frustration, like calling into a pseudo sports show. But what's your limit on driving versus flying? I'm really a big fan of driving, if you can. But I think you get to about 7-8 hours.
Yeah.
It's like,
and then it gets to be too much.
Because the 4-5 drive, if it's 5 hours, even like flying to Kansas City, you could be there in a snap of a finger on the flight, but you still got to park, get dropped off, go in, sit at the gate, get your bag.
I've heard people say with Chicago, you could almost, by the time you do the whole airport thing, you could basically do the drive.
Oh, you
as
can.
quickly as.
Yeah. Tested that once at Channel 4. I was going to a Rams-Bears game with a photographer. He said, I want to drive. I got all this equipment and everything. I said, well, I don't want to drive. I'd rather fly. He goes, all right, you fly, I'll drive, said the photographer. So we did. We left the station at just about the same time. I went to the airport. He got in the news vehicle. He was there waiting for me when I arrived at the hotel. Wow. He beat me. And there were no delays or anything at the airport.
So 4.5, 5 hours, that's a drive. Drive wins.
Yeah.
Unless you really hate driving. But careful what you say, Doug. I was in New York during the 2006 NLC. Was it the 06 NLCS? And the lady in charge of all the travel back at Fox 2 was struggling with last-minute flights to Detroit.
Mm.
And I said on the phone, and I'm largely a pleasant person, especially with people I work with. I'm not some kind of lunatic screaming at people.
Is that the narrative? Largely pleasant?
Yeah, largely pleasant. But I said, oh, for God's sakes, I could drive there faster. Oh. So then I get back, and everybody's got their flight manifesto printed, and there was nothing for me. And so I went into the newsroom, and I said, she said, well, you said you could drive there faster. And I said, okay, we're playing that game. Okay.
So did you have to drive?
No, we ended up flying. But she made her point, Doug. Made her point.
Yeah, I think if it's 4 hours for sure you're driving, or I am anyway. I see no reason to fly from here to Kansas City.
The clip of Doug saying, I'm a bitch, just broke me. Sitting at the airport bar in Shreveport with an air pad and cracking up. Thanks for listening at the airport in Shreveport. Do you think the Shreveport airport rivals Lambert, Doug? We'll take your thoughts.
A little nicer. When did I say that, by the way?
I don't remember.
I think was it a drop?
It might have been a drop.
Oh,
probably.
I like Doug Unplugged. I like Doug Unplugged.
Texas says that Mark Burley plays slow pitch softball in St. Peter's.
Oh, does he?
Seeing a former pro in that environment is not as sexy as it sounds, because you probably think of them as an All-Star Game starter, which Mark Burley was. Legendary Sox
I think
career.
if it was an entire team, there'd be a lot of nostalgia at play there. I don't imagine that the older guys, once you get past 50, 55, or 60, they're probably not going to want to play.
Maybe TMA and the Fast Lane could team up and take on a team of former Cardinals.
We'd get destroyed and injured.
You got me and Marshy and...
Absolutely get destroyed.
I wouldn't be so sure.
I played in a charity game against the Miami Dolphins once when I worked down there.
Mm-hmm.
I was playing shortstop, and one of the Mark's brothers, Mark Duper, speedy wide receiver.
Super duper, Mark Clayton.
He hit a one-hot smash to me that got a good bounce right at my waist, fielded it, looked to first base. He was already across the back.
Playing third base.
Holy smoke.
Playing third base in slow pitch softball has to be the worst position in any recreational sport to have to play.
The
Maybe
worst
goalie
position
in
in all
hockey.
sport, goalie in lacrosse is the worst. They don't even give you equipment.
You don't have shin
They don't
guards?
give you pads.
Well, you kind of have a giant, like, beekeeper's net.
Yeah, that's it. What if they throw it at your feet? Are you going to stop that with your legs?
Your shoe.
Why wouldn't they give the goalie some pads?
I think they have some padding.
I don't know.
Are you talking boys or girls?
Well, boys.
Okay. Do they not have padding?
I don't think they have leg pads, do they?
We'll take your boys lacrosse text and calls.
Are there guys who kick with both legs?
Glad I don't have to switch over to a 100.5. What's that? That's for more. The knucklehead that screams in the mic is not there today. Could be the best show since he wasn't there last. Okay, that's a non-lemming, Doug, texting into the show. A lot of questions for Tony rolling into the show.
All right.
I got a question for Savard.
Okay, I'm going to write this down.
I'd like to know at his peak, what's the most he ever put up on bench press?
Oh, boy. We should actually, let's all.
What's the most he
Sevy
put up on
Savard, bench press.
Mm-hmm.
What is a gentleman supposed to be able to bench press? Like his
your weight,
your
at
body.
least,
I mean,
right?
yeah, your body. You should be able to do your body weight for a handful of reps at least. I bet
he's 350. You think that's too low?
Oh, that's way too low
for bench press.
I've bench pressed 350.
Really?
Yeah.
With a bunch of people standing on the side. Come on.
Yeah. Some smelling salts. I bet
400?
you're pushing. I bet he's pushed 5.
Oh my God! On a bench press?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say 4. No, I'm going to say 500 pounds. I bet he's benched 500
that's
pounds.
lying on your back and just pushing it
bar.
straight up.
Yep.
500 pounds.
I bet.
I think that's way too high.
I don't
That's
know.
a lot.
Doug, would he do that in the sports office? Just getting ready for a 5, 6 o'clock.
Well, he'd do
sportscast?
450 or so, but never 500.
What's the most you ever bench pressed, Doug?
I've never really tried it. I mean, to see what the most I could do wouldn't
I think
be much.
225 is what
Wouldn't
they do at
be
the
much.
NFL Combine, right?
Yeah.
That's how many reps at 225.
Mm-hmm. We should do a TMA combine.
See how fit the fellas are that are
we
listening?
could do a little. We could do a dash. We could do like a vertical, like a high jump.
It's always the young guys who suggest these type of
A
things.
Wonderlic test. Young guy. I turned 40 in 3 days, Doug.
That makes you the young guy in this
July
room.
6th is the chairman's birthday. I saw it because Hubbard in the little concession area has a rolling video board and it mentions all the birthdays. I saw that, Kurt. July 6th. What a fun birthday right around the 4th of July.
And never has a drop been more apropos.
It's my birthday in 3 days.
I'm not a young man anymore, Doug.
40? Are you dreading 40?
Nah. I actually feel younger now than I did probably in my mid-30s. I've talked about it before, but cutting out the booze has done wonders for my day-to-day health and longevity. So, no, that doesn't really bother me.
You're a young 40.
I do feel like I'm a young 40. Although when I go to bed some nights at around 7:45, I don't feel like I'm a young 40.
Well, you'll probably still spend the majority of your life wishing you were still 40.
Like as I continue to age, I'll look back and wish I was 40 again.
When you're 65, 70, 80 years old, you say, God, I wish I was 40 years old.
If you could go back and kind of...
Is this clearing the deck? Because I noticed in the
I should say
there is a clearing the deck.
That's a clearing the deck question.
Going back in time. Well, it's specific to a team, right? Not your personal choice, but like a team you followed, wasn't it? Did I read it wrong?
Oh, well, that's in Cinema Corner.
Oh, that's in Cinema Corner, which yesterday was blank. And I said, what about Brad Pitt movies? And then Jack starts typing, and then the dossier came to life. By the way, Rhett at Stiefel said, I'm working. We're always open at Stiefel. There you go. There's somebody who is working.
Sure.
Stiefel represent. The unknown DJ says Tim's excellence is even more apparent when he's not on the show.
Well, when he's not on the show.
Not on the show. Saying he's largely missed.
Right.
Doug, today is Thursday. Did you get the day wrong?
No. I said the traffic it's like it's a Friday.
Yeah,
Friday traffic's really light, but today the traffic is really light too. So I guess people are moving up that day when they work at home.
Well, I think 4th of July is made today a Friday. Yeah. Doug, not Vaughn, has texted in, most people take vacation days around the holiday.
Well,
I guarantee some people are on vacation today, but I think other people will work, air quotes. And every time I would say this in the past, people would write in and say, hey, shut up, I'm working hard today. Not all of us are jacking around. So I guarantee there are plenty of people working hard.
Oh, sure.
But there's also a lot of folks, probably the ones who listen to this show, just kind of coasting a little bit.
Because you can sneak an extra day around that 3-day week.
It's even better.
But overall, I feel pretty good about where the club is. Obviously. I feel like he had more to say there.
Well, we cut him off.
We stop it. And obviously, it is the morning after. TMA's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. We've got the text line at 399-9646. Phone lines always open at 974-0101. Also, your text for the manager, Tony La Russa, Savards at 9 o'clock. You'll hear from Patty Maroon. It is TMA here on 101 ESPN.
Open up your 101 mobile app for your chance to win free tickets to Dropkick Murphys. Coming up on February 26th at the Factory. Dropkick Murphys will be here in just a couple of weeks, and we've got your chance at winning free tickets to the show. Find all the ticket details and get entered to win those free tickets right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
Dents Express, St. Louis's leaders in hail damage repair. Call 636-227-5050.
Cardinal Hall of Famer Jason Isringhausen and Eddie Scholler from the world-famous Fast Eddie's Bon Air.
Hey, buddy, have you came over and looked at the new Eddie at Fast Eddie's? I finally got a new item. You know, it's been decades.
Decade? More like 40 years to figure out how to put a piece of shrimp on there with your steak.
I've known you for 40 years. You could have said something. Well, who'd have thought the Elwood could even get better? But we did it. We went and we made the Eddie. It's a foot-long serving turn.
Not that I needed another reason to bring the whole gang down there. I'm still going to order those big Elwoods, the succulent peel-and-eat shrimp, the hot chick on a stick, and that famous Fast Eddie burger. And I'm always going to get one of those ice-cold frosty ones and listen to that live music on that patio every afternoon and evening.
Well, I just love adding another great item for everybody to come over and enjoy. When you come on over the beautiful Clark Bridge and look at the picturesque Mississippi River.
Picturesque. That's very eloquent.
Thank you very much.
Well, like Mr. Shannon says, if you're 21 and in the mood, come on over to picturesque Alton, Illinois, and see the very eloquent Eddie at Fast Eddie's Bon Air.
Hey, it's me again, Dr. Pryor. I've missed you, so I spent more money on advertising because I couldn't help but notice that you still haven't made an appointment with me at 100 West Dental. It's quite simple, really. Just type www.100westdental.com into a web browser and schedule a consultation with me, Dr. Pryor. That's 100 West Dental. Or call me. Please call me at 636-585-0100. I can't wait to see you.
You can pretty much find a job anywhere, but finding a lifelong career can be much more difficult. You like working with your hands? Working in different environments? Having options for different kinds of work within your career? Then the Construction Craft Laborers Union of Missouri may be for you. Don't just settle for a job. Build a career. Build a future. Build a legacy. Go to buildunion.com for more information. That's buildunion.com.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
Rhino Shield is far superior to even the best traditional exterior house paint. Rhino Shield is 8 to 10 times thicker than paint and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Rhino Shield is the only ceramic coating company that has been chosen by Disney, This Old House, and 3 times on HGTV's Curb Appeal, where every episode is concentrated on unpainted brick, bonds and seals to stucco, wood, hardy, block, color lock, masonite, and more. No better product for those steel aluminum sided homes that have become, chalky and tired looking. We coat sloped and flat roofs to extend their lives too. After 15 years, we've got a great reputation and a superior product. As long as it's affordable, why wouldn't you do it? Before you make the costly mistake of painting with traditional paint, you'd be best served to call Rhino Shield today. We are the experts and our evaluations are free. 877-25-RHINO or 877-25rhino.com. Tell them, ladies.
Don't Rhino, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Open up your 101 mobile app for your chance to win free tickets to see the Doobie Brothers on September 4th at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. Get all the ticket details and get entered to win those free tickets for the Doobie Brothers right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. Powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Is there a theme today, Kurt, with the music? This is the Gap Band.
No theme yet. I may stumble into one.
Oh, you're going to stumble into a theme?
Yeah.
I do think Jackson will play a cool song, and then the next time around, we're like, so what's the theme? And he's like, bands that have drummers. Like, oh, did we just workshop that?
Yeah, no theme yet. Went old school R&B last time. Me and Doug had the great Jodeci guessing game. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Well, there's still plenty of time.
4th of July could be America themed, and that one would fit right in.
John Philip Sousa, a little something would be sweet.
By the way, the soccer game last night, it was the Gold Cup. Doug, you call it the CONCACAF?
I do.
But it's the Gold Cup semifinal. The U.S. team taking on Guatemala, which, by the way, almost all of the fans were supporting Guatemala. It was a massive turnout.
They flew up here for this game.
Well, my colleague Kevin Ryans was down there during the pregame. He said he talked to a bunch of them. They were from Nebraska. They were from Atlanta. I think they were a surprise to get to this point. So the crowd, I saw one of the soccer pundits saying that was embarrassing for the U.S., but I bring it up because for the national anthem, they don't, at these soccer matches, they don't have a singer. They just play the country's national anthem, and I kind of liked it. If you could find it, Chairman, the Guatemala national anthem at some point, but then the U.S. anthem, they didn't have a singer, they just played it. And it just seemed a little more old school, and nobody doing their interpretation. Tim is out, yes, let's get that out of the way.
So what happened to the game?
Oh, the U.S. won. Doug, I assumed everybody knew.
No, well, I did. What was the score?
2-1. They were leading 2-0 early. And that was the end of the scoring for the U.S. The U.S. men's national team, Doug, they're kind of transitioning now. They've got some younger players. Some of the star players are not here. We're a year out from the World Cup. But that Tim Ream is from St. Dominic, played at St. Louis U. He's had a long, decorated career. He's the captain for the U.S. men's national team. So I think pretty cool for him to be back again. It's the 4th time the U.S. men's team has played at Energizer Park. That's hard to believe in just 2+ years.
It does bother me, and I guess it shouldn't, but it does, that the U.S., the 3rd most populous country in the world, still isn't any better than some of the small countries around the world. Guatemala has a total population of 18 million people. That's, what, smaller than California?
This is Delgado playing one over the top, skips to the end line from the corner, Paintsill, centers, oh! Roman Berkey! Stones Jovic! Paddles one away! Oh, Roman Berkey! Altering that shot like it's a Kate Middleton Mother's Day photo.
Oh, gosh.
Kate Middleton. Well, they're going to write. They're going to get.
But why are we? Why
is it like a struggle?
Why are we better? Yeah. Remember when we lost?
If we played Guatemala in basketball, Doug, with our best players, what would the score be?
150-5.
Okay, to 5. They hit a 3. Guatemala hit a 3.
We lost to Trinidad and Tobago a couple years ago in soccer. Remember that?
Yeah. Because they're playing other sports. Well, I think it's some of these countries now.
I know that's the only sport that they're big on. Nonetheless, just with sheer numbers, you'd think we'd be better than that. Every kid in America.
Off the far wall, scooped up by Lawal. Sprung here with Sanchez. Motorcycled cross turf to Asqueta, down low, great ball. Oh, Will S.K. Will S.K. Will S.K. Sniffing it out like those airport dogs did with my cutlery set.
Oh, my word.
Is that when we lost to Trinidad and Tobago? It would be exhausting to be on the men's national team because it gets critiqued constantly.
Yeah.
The Taylor Twellmans of the world, who I love, all these guys who played at a high level, Alexi Lalas, they're always kind of mad at the coach or mad at the team or the play. It's exhausting because that expectation level is pretty high.
And oftentimes we can't even get an American coach.
Right, well, we don't right now. Pochettino is the coach.
What's the deal with it? The first sport that kids play in this country, boys and girls, is soccer. There's special teams, there's club teams, there's academies all over the country, and still we're just an afterthought in the world in soccer. I don't get it.
You go to an academy, and my kids never played soccer, but do you go to an academy and the coach is from, well, I guess England, the current coach for City, David Critchley. Doug, you call him Critch?
Critch, yeah.
He was the Lou Fuse Academy director. He's from England.
Yeah,
he was over
couldn't
here.
Possibly find an American guy to do it.
Now, he played college soccer at Oklahoma Wesleyan. I think they're the Bobcats. Doug, are they the Bobcats?
I don't know what they are.
Never heard of Oklahoma Wesleyan.
No.
Nonetheless, they won the game. This has been Soccer Corner, which was not on the dossier, the Stiefel dossier. But, yeah, the U.S. winning last night. Huge contingent of Guatemalan fans.
I'm going to ruffle some feathers here, but
no.
Soccer, some might say, a little boring.
Some have said that.
Could it be that it's just the sport that doesn't capture kids these days who have short attention spans?
Doug said a lot of them play.
A ton of kids play soccer. It's probably more than any other sport in the country.
Well, yeah, you play it because it's accessible, but that doesn't mean it's going to stick with you.
You're saying
out there
it's not generating great performers, even though a lot of them play it.
That might affect the attendance and the TV viewership, but it shouldn't affect the quality of play.
Well, I just think maybe kids aren't sticking with, it's just not the sport that I think kids are picking to stick with these days.
The age-old question, is it because the best talent goes to basketball and football and baseball, or do we just not have the system and the coaches? Which is it? It's probably a combination of both. Many of our best athletes in this country are black. They don't tend to play soccer. They're going to basketball and football. I imagine if you could train the top NBA stars to play soccer, we'd probably have the best soccer team in the world.
Well, that Gold Cup final is going to be on Fox on Sunday. I don't know what you guys are planning on doing because the Cards Cubs play on ESPN at the same time.
Yeah.
Ours is free and over the air. They're playing Mexico in Houston for the Gold Cup Championship. You wanted to know, Doug, all about the soccer last night? Now.
All right.
People are saying that they're working. A lot of people are letting us know they're working hard. White Marcus wants you to know that Baxter and Wild Horse Creek, Doug, light traffic this morning at Baxter and Wild Horse Creek.
Okay.
In case you wanted to know.
Yeah, I might need a landmark for that. Wild Horse Creek and Baxter. That's out by the Chesterfield Airport? Is that would that be?
Yeah, I think it's kind of near. Kind of near Annie Guns-ish over that way.
All right,
Driver Joe says, Martin and Doug, of course I'm working. People need their pool stuff. Driver Joe, longtime listener, out there driving and making deliveries.
Thank you, baby.
I'm finishing monthly reports that I finished Monday in anticipation of doing absolutely nothing today. See, there's somebody who's just sort of faking it just to keep the man off their back. That's from Nathan from the east side of Olden.
I went yesterday somewhere, and I was making a purchase, and the nice lady at the checkout asked me if I was active military. I'm not. Said no. Are you a veteran? No. First responder? No. And I knew what she was getting at. She was trying to give me a discount.
She was trying hard to give you. And are you in radio? Did she say that?
No. And I go, I don't think I'm going to check any boxes. And she says, what about a teacher?
Oh, bingo.
Well,
is it stolen valor that I said yes so that I could have a discount?
No.
You put your time in.
13 years is good for that discount.
Sure. Yeah, you're a teaching veteran.
That's not enough for the pension, though, is it?
No, I have the 13 years of teacher retirement that I accumulated, but I don't get the rule of 80 pension at the end.
Well, you get something out of that.
Yeah.
You get something out of this. 13 years. You didn't just give it a sniff. You put in some time.
I took a big, long drag of that.
Right. So I think you might have a little PTSD.
Do you wish you had served in the military?
No. I don't like being told what to do, and I don't like being yelled at.
Really?
Yeah. Or running.
You couldn't have handled that just knowing that that's part of the system? And
No. I'm Charmin soft, Doug.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Why is that?
Because I'm a Cancer. Sad boy. Little soft sad boy born in July.
Somebody said...
That's got nothing to do with it.
Happy birthday to a fellow Cancer. We've got one of those on there.
Yeah.
Fairy tales.
What?
That's a fairy tale.
What is?
Astrology.
I don't know.
Really believe
Why do you
in that.
hate Nancy Reagan?
You don't really believe in that, do you?
Do you ever read it, Doug, your horoscope, and you go,
Never.
Never. It kind of fits.
It's absolute nonsense.
No,
Sometimes it's just so stupid you can't even make it up.
It's 100% garbledygook nonsense.
What about your moon? What do you think your moon is, Doug? Want me to look
don't
into
care.
When Mercury goes into retrograde, we're all in trouble.
Yeah, you're overthinking it.
Astrology.
Because then wouldn't, theoretically, everybody born in that little window would have identical personalities?
Yes.
I guess it's not a perfect science, but...
It's not a science at all. It's made up nonsense.
I do think a lot of the things that apply to Cancers seem to apply to me.
Only because you want it to.
I don't want it to.
You're convincing yourself of that.
It's things about my personality that I wish I could change.
There's zero connection between your personality and the month you were born in.
No, it was the way
Zero.
the stars were aligned when I was born.
Zero connection again. Sorry to burst your bubble on this.
We'll just agree to disagree.
You don't really believe in that. I can't tell if you're kidding or not.
That's how I like it.
There's something truly inspirational in July 6th, as if it's an entire story. That story is a story of growth and one's path of learning. It's a day of beauty, important bonds that leave us dazzled, positive influences that help one discover what they need to do to control their own life. A time of ambition just as much as a time of joyous and relaxing activities. That's your July 6th Zodiac interpretation.
Okay. I burned my wiener on a hot s'more.
What'd that have to do with July 6th?
That's what I'm doing for my birthday, having s'mores.
Cancer individuals are known for their emotional depth,
They're not known
nurturing
for anything.
nature,
It's made
and
up.
strong intuition. They are often described as sensitive, caring, and devoted to family.
Sure.
Doug's disputing all of that about
Absolutely.
you, Kurt.
Absolutely, I am.
I've cried 3 times since the show started today. You just didn't notice.
Just because you were born in July.
No, because Tim's not here. If Kurt's being honest, it's a little hard for him because Tim's not here.
Oh, you know what? I should have had him call in on the surprise guest line.
Who?
Tim.
To talk about this?
No, just so we could hear his voice.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, a violent pre-tap before hitting the gong. Guys, they ranked the airports. Top 50 airports in America, the Washington Post did, and we didn't make the top 50.
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
I've been to a lot of airports, and you go, oh, wow, this is really nice. What happened to ours?
I don't think the actual airport is that bad, but I think the comings and goings and the dropping off and the picking up is a big part of our beef.
It was
Maybe I'm wrong.
It was built relatively a long time ago. The geography of it's not great. There's not a lot of room to drive into the airport and drive out and park conveniently. It probably needs to be redone well outside of the city, but that's not going to happen. So we got to live with what we got.
The one in Denver is halfway to Kansas City.
Yeah, and the one in Kansas City is way out of town.
Halfway to Denver. I think they may have overthought the one in Denver. It's so damn far away. I'm a longtime TMA fan here. When Balloon Party started, I had a friend reach out and asked about Jackson's membership at St. Louis Country Club. He clearly didn't understand the joke. Yeah, there are some inside jokes. A lot of people disputing KG's idea that Savard could bench 500 pounds. They said that's NFL quality.
Didn't he play in the NFL?
He was in camp with the Dallas Cowboys. So, yeah, I mean, if he's close to NFL quality, but I think 500 is a little high.
It's over 400, I can guarantee you that.
You must be high. There's no way he bench presses 500 pounds.
Let's look
I'm
at the
not
records.
quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing.
Fair. Doug, you talked about lacrosse, the boys in net not having much protection. I played lacrosse for 3 years in high school. The goalies had a catcher's type chest protector. Then some would wear their catcher's shin guards, but they would get made fun of. And the photos you called up in boys lacrosse, the goalie does not have
wearing
guards.
shin guard. No wonder they score, so you just throw it low. The goalie would be happy to get out of the way, I would think.
Joey Bielak has it. He turns back. Looks like they're doing a little reverse that you might see in football. The speed stretch with the D. Oh, what they gonna do? He's shooting the roof, Daddy. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
Was that a play-by-play call?
Yeah, it was some junior league in Canada.
It's a dad who's taping on his phone or something.
No, that's the announcer.
Announcer.
Oh, really? Yeah, his name's Doug something. I tried to get him on the show when when that drop first came out. I reached out to him and never heard back, but his number's in my phone. It's Doug something or another.
I'm looking at the world record for bench press set in 2016 by Blaine Sumner, 885 pounds. Jeez. The women's is 314 pounds by Jennifer Thompson.
Do you think you could do one plate on each side right now, 135?
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking
Doug could do it.
You think so?
135 pounds?
I think you could.
I don't know.
Because the bar is 45 and then the plates are 45. It's like the standard.
TMA Combine. We need to do it.
The recovering alcoholic has been busier. Where's Tim? Marty, I wouldn't mind having Puis Suitor is the new blue. P-I-U-S. Puis Suitor.
Puis?
He bought the Puis, I think is Puis.
Ooh, I'm glad you said that because I had that as one of my updates, and I for sure was going to say pious.
No, definitely not pious. He scored 25 goals last year for Vancouver. Probably not a true 2 center, but he is a centerman, Doug. Is that T-R-E-M-A-N? Centerman. He and Shen, a little interchangeable. So the recovering alcoholic says, I wouldn't mind having Suitor up to 0-0, Olive and Oak, and then back to the master bedroom. Don't tell Ash.
Oh, gosh.
Wow. Hey, B-team. We got Puis on a steal. He was number 1 on my board. Let's talk some puck and boy sex. What?
He was number 1 on this guy's board.
Who cares?
This guy has a board.
It's Chris. It's the recovering alcoholic. Marty off and I are working today at St. Clair Country Club, reliving your sermon at his wedding. I did the officiating at that Matt Offenberg wedding.
And you gave a sermon?
I followed the script largely.
Yeah.
Somebody else texted and said, thanks for the advice on a toast last week. Were we giving out toast advice? They said it went very well.
I don't know.
KJ, are you running with the Bulls for your 40th birthday, like you said?
No, that's a trip. When I looked into it, it takes a little more planning than I kind of anticipated. There's a little more moving parts to it than I thought, so that's going to go to next year's bucket list. Maybe a year from now, I'll go run with the Bulls.
Somebody always gets gored, don't they?
No, that's a misnomer.
They don't?
Mm-mm. Single-digit people have died in the centuries they've been doing this.
Is that right? Massively injured, perhaps?
I mean, I think as long...
He's got a hole in his spleen, Doug. He'll be fine.
As long as I'm not
need the spleen.
I'm not going to pull on the bull's tail or try to hop on and ride.
It's like a lot of folks just kind of hide to the side.
Yeah, I just want to run. I want to run with the bulls, not from the bulls.
They had the bulls loose in St. Albans. Did you see that? Bison got loose.
Why did this person have bison on their property?
Oh, I think nearby somebody had like a ranch, maybe.
Why would you raise bison?
Well, can't you slaughter bison and sell?
You can. That's what they wound up doing. They had to shoot all 3 of these.
It's kind of spooky.
Well, I don't like Facebook.
Kurt, I turned.
Like the internet because I can't find a job.
Kurt, I'm turning 44 today. I already wish I could go back to 40. See, Doug told you, enjoy the 40.
40 is a really good age.
Folks are still firing off questions for Tony La Russa. That's coming up in 10 minutes. Text in your QFTLR questions for Tony La Russa on the text line here. We'll get to as many of those as we can. TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Sevy Savard and his 500-pound bench press coming up at 9. Patty Maroon's thoughts on retirement. In the 10 o'clock hour, we'll scroll through the text and keep it all loaded here, right here on TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley, St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
This is Todd Nissenholtz of Kaufman Townsley. When I tell people who get in a crash, call a lawyer. But I often hear, I'm not the suing type. Listen, there are all types of people. Personally, I'm not the getting screwed type. If you're not the getting screwed type, call my firm, and we'll make sure that doesn't happen to you. Call Kaufman Townsley. Real people, real results. 314-500-5000. That's 314-500-5000.
Is your outdated AC unit chugging along like your old VHS player, leaving you feeling stuck in a time warp? Whoa. It's time to step into the future with a new energy-efficient system from Air Alliance Team. Right now, get 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years of cool comfort with no interest. With expert service, affordable prices, and a guarantee that keeps you chill all summer long. Request your appointment now at airallianceteam.com. Air Alliance Team, getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time.
Your home sold guaranteed, or I'll buy it. Hi, I'm Gloria Liu, broker-owner at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. And for over 20 years, I've been getting my home sellers the most money for their home and selling faster than the average agent. So when you're ready to sell your home or have questions, call me.
For years now, I've been telling you about my friend and trusted realtor, Gloria Liu, and why you should call. Hey, Jamie Rivers here. Gloria has solutions and programs for every seller because she understands that every situation is different. Call Gloria and get your free instant home valuation. Choose from multiple cash offers or sell with certainty this summer, and Gloria will guarantee upfront and in writing to sell your home at 100% of the market value, or she will pay the difference. The St. Louis market is shifting, and now is a great time to call and get to know Gloria Liu like I have. Call 314-325-6888. That's 314-325-6888. Or you can always visit GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. Again, that's GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. Gloria and the seller must agree upon sales price and possession date.
Becoming a truck driver doesn't have to be complicated. At Schneider, we make it easy to get your commercial driver's license and start your new career. With our CDL apprenticeship training, you'll get paid to become a truck driver in just 5 to 6 weeks and have a Schneider driving job waiting for you when you've completed the program. Plus, during training, Schneider will provide transportation, lodging, and meals at no cost to you. Ready to get your career on the road? Learn more and apply today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
McDonald's new under $3 McValue menu was made to save. McD's got you at participating McDonald's for a limited time.
Sponsored by Storm Pro Solution Roofing and Restoration.
Storm Pro Solution Roofing and Restoration is here when you need us most, providing top roofing and water damage restoration services and storm damage assessments. Visit stormprosolution.com, St. Louis's #1 roofing and restoration specialists.
We want to hear from you. Use the Scott Lee Mic Drop feature on the 101 mobile app. Give us your opinion on anything St. Louis sports with a mic drop.
Brought to you by the Scott Lee Heating Company.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cards swept in Pittsburgh, going scoreless for the entire 3-game series. It was the first time the Cardinals have been shut out in a 3-game series since October of 2015 against the Braves. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them online at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Oh, now the theme is obvious, Doug. Our music theme today for Thursday, July the 3rd is...
Bangers.
Bangers.
Now, how are you defining banger?
Well, whatever he defines it as is whatever song he plays.
Okay.
Kind of a loose definition. You just play songs you like, you just call it bangers. A lot of folks responding to the soccer conversation, and to summarize, a number of them said there's no money in soccer, so the great athletes sort of shift to other sports if they're really thinking they're going to be at a high level, college, professional. And then a few other folks pointed out it gets really expensive along the way to join clubs and play select. And some of the great athletes, families that can't afford it, then they get weeded out.
I think that's a bigger factor than money not being there at the pro level. Because some of the top athletes never get there at all and never start playing soccer. And some of the highest paid athletes in the world are soccer players in Europe.
Right. So there is, at the high end, there's a lot of money out there in soccer. I think the second part is probably the biggest factor, that a lot of you do get priced out. Talk Blues. We did. We said Puig Suter has signed the Blues. I think now they're done. Nick Leddy's on waivers, so if a team were interested, he would be gone. And then at 7:41, the text just said, "You idiots."
Oh.
Okay.
Now that was hurtful. Of all the things that's been said, that hurt about more than any of them.
Construction.
Oh, yeah, it hurt.
Construction didn't stop. Doug, of course I'm working. Damn it. Light traffic at 64 and 270, though.
64, okay.
That's right there at Mobap by Viz. I'm working Saturday at the Home Depot. Pray for me, from the Pensacola Porpoise. What, because it could be a little overrun, maybe?
Probably. Crowded at
Busy
Home Depot.
weekend.
Yeah. He's texting you pee-pee pics? That's this guy? The guy's working at Home Depot sending the pics?
I don't know. The 2022 World Cup final was one of the greatest sporting events I've ever watched. Messi versus Mbappe. For the U.S. to really get into soccer, the players need to be stars. And we do send some players overseas, of course. As a driver, teacher sits in a car, driver's ed teacher, with the AC going all day, listening to you bums, I am offended. So they're letting us know they're working hard, driving around with the AC crank. And I think they're spoofing the fact.
Right.
That they're working hard. Let's see.
I guess you would put this show on your driver's ed class?
For yourself, but not the kids?
Yeah.
I do get a little concerned when people say, I always listen in the morning when I'm taking the kids to school.
Yeah, don't. Yeah. Careful. Hoo-hoo. Ee.
Doug's moon is my moon. I don't know what that means. 40 years old, pushing a 40-inch waist. Get it together, chairman. Somebody else, that's from Ray King.
That's
taking a
just
shot.
false. I think I'm just about as close to 30 as I am to 40 in the waist.
Are you really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've always been kind of a husky guy.
Yeah, I had a couple years there where I got real serious about it, and I was a dish. I was cut up pretty good. But
What do you mean you were a dish?
I'll show you some pics in the break. I had those for the first time in my life. I had those that V right here. You know what I'm talking about.
What do you mean?
The muscles right here going down that V.
Is that the adductor or the abductor?
Oh,
no,
gosh,
neither.
no.
But I'd always wanted them, and I got them, but they're long gone. I don't know if they're coming back.
Doug is by far my favorite person on the show. Says it like it is with no sugarcoating. There's some Doug lemonade going on.
All right. Thank you.
We are all dumber for having heard that, but that was back at the text line is overloaded. Now I'm at 7:44 on the text line, but yet it's 8 o'clock, which means I need a break because Tony La Russa is going to join the show. We'll take your questions on the text line as well. It's the Air Comfort Service text box, 399-9646. We have the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 974-0101. We're getting ready for that 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Fisher Door and Window, the Skipper. When we come back, it's TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This Sunday, It's an MLB doubleheader. Game 1, Cardinals and Cubs. Game 2, Padres and Rangers. Coverage begins at 4. The MLB plays on 101 ESPN.
Squealing brakes? Loud muffler? Take it to Telly. Now open in Baldwin on Manchester.
Hey, this is Tim McKernan, and I am here with Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling, and I have been a long-time Design Air client. What separates you guys from everybody else?
It's becoming more common for companies to just get their foot in the door. They try to come up with different ways to upsell. They try to see how much they can make off of a customer as opposed to, hey, we're in there to do a service. We're going to do it well. We're going to do it for a fair price.
I don't know how many emails I have received from our listeners who experience the incredible customer service Design Air Heating and Cooling provides. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com.
I'm happy to announce that we have negotiated a trade deal.
Is it with China?
Oh, is it Europe? No, it's the Frank Lita Automotive Outlet in Bridgeton.
It's a trade buyout. You can get thousands over book value for any trade-in. Thousands. He's right, even if you still owe.
What about down payments?
Every vehicle is just one dime down. A dime. New vehicles with a lifetime warranty, priced under $20,000 and payments under $300 a month. Acres of the hottest pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs, all makes, all models, and most come with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
I need credit.
Just ask for credit amnesty. If you've got a job and a dime, you ride. Plus, you can get thousands over current book value for any trade-in.
And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to the trade buyout.
At the Frank Lita Automotive Outlet
in Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com.
New 24 Mirage, 19,675, dime down, $290 a month, 72 months at 2% APR, plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
101 ESPN has your chance to win free tickets to see Adam Sandler Friday night, October 17th at Enterprise Center. Find all the ticket details and find that chance to score free tickets for Adam Sandler right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app, powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Cold comeback. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, what's the theme, Kurt? No. What's the theme? Wow.
I don't know what happened. My computer went
computer locked up. It happens. Doug, it happens sometimes. There are technical issues. You know why? We are men, not machines. And sometimes the actual machine lets us down. It's TMA. The morning after. Tim's out. Jackson's out. Martin, Doug, Kurt with you here till 11 o'clock. Sevy Savard coming up at 9. Pat Maroon's thoughts on winning 3 Stanley Cups. That's in the 10 o'clock hour. But right now, the World Series champ multiple times, Hall of Famer Tony La Russa on the line with us. Skipper, good morning. I can actually say it these days, and I don't have to wait till 10 o'clock tonight. How are you?
Well, I'm doing better. You guys sound like you messed up leading the 9th inning.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, we blew it.
Sorry, Coach. I blew that one.
Coach. Kurt played college baseball, too, and he still choked with the Hall of Fame manager on the line.
The good thing about me, though, Skipper, is I have a short memory. So I'm going to be ready to go next time.
So coming out of the next
blame me. No matter what you did wrong, I'll blame Martin.
Oh, that's true.
That's fair.
That's fair. We're less than 2 weeks out now. The event, the Stiefel event, July 16th, is going to be great. The night after Major League All-Star Game, Tony has rounded up the crew. Let's remind folks who's all coming and then the theme of the night.
Well, the idea is to connect our fans with the history of championships, October baseball, especially that period from 2000 to 2002. That's in the first half, and then 2004 to 2011 in the second half. And each one's got a special tribute. We'll do Darryl Kyle in the first half and Walt Jockey in the second one. We open with Jack Buck. By the way, Joe Buck's going to be the host, the moderator all night long. So it's going to be highlighted by videos and guys explaining why they did what they did, and some behind the scenes examples that fans are going to enjoy because they'll be listening to guys explain maybe why they made that pitch. And I'm going to be teeing it up for them sometimes to harass them a little bit. Otherwise, to make it work. But we got 5. At this point, we got 5 guys on each side. Starting out, we have, for the first half, we have Ankiel, Morris, Muffini, Izzy, and Will Clark. The second half, we've got Edmonds, Sanders, Eckstein, Woody Williams, and David Freese. Now, to start the show, we're going to open up by, make sure we honor Jack Buck, and with that, Ozzy's going to be there. So Jack has that famous call about that we win the game with the Wizard. Ozzy will be there. Al Rabosi's going to have a nice piece. And then there's a comedy at the end of the first half, and we start the second half with a real tribute to the military with Tom Saturday. So it's really a full program, and I know our fans are going to enjoy it.
Well, it's an unbelievable lineup of people. I mentioned earlier that Will Clark, for only being here a couple of months, and we have him on the show about once a year, and he's just hilarious and tells it like it is. It's unbelievable the Cardinal legacy he has. As a Giant, he was kind of hated in this town. They had a heated rivalry. They had a big brawl at one point. But what? Tell me about managing Will Clark, even in that brief window, how much you enjoyed it.
Well, when you have a pro that's been through everything, I always like that nice mix, and this is what we had consistently, where you had some veterans that really been through it, and then you had young guys for the first time, and that mix is always fun because the veterans are mentoring and the young guys are excited. Well, Will had already been through it, and there'll be some really. I don't want to step ahead of the stories. I want the fans to show up to listen to him, but the way that he explained to like J.D. Drew and Rick Ankiel as young rookies how they had to earn their stripes and how they had to take care of the veterans is hilarious. There's a good episode on the mound where one of I brought in a young reliever, and he was so nervous that Will had a priceless piece of advice for him. So, we had guys that when they were, whether they were on the plane, back in the bus, or in the clubhouse, you kind of grouped around them because they were fascinating and fun. And in the midst of having the fun, there was always something important about let's keep playing and what we had to do to win. So fans are going to get a real feel for not just the highlights themselves, which are going to be great, but also the guys explaining what was going on.
Tony, was it harder to manage the veteran player who'd been around a while and enjoyed a lot of success, had his own opinion about things, than it was the new guy coming up?
That's a really good question. I think it really depended on the personality. That's one of the things the coaches and I try to figure. If a guy's kind of a quiet guy, well, then you don't want him to be in this. You try not to put him in a position where he's the entertainer. So some veterans are more quiet. Other guys are more outgoing. We kind of play to their personality. Same thing with a young guy. Your young guy getting his feet wet. What we looked for was, did he really want to learn? He didn't walk in there with all the answers. If a guy came in there kind of arrogant and overconfident, where he was stepped on pretty quickly.
And you've got David Freese coming back. He's living in Austin, Texas these days. When he got into the Cardinals Hall of Fame, he's going to be a Red Jacket. I think he was a little overwhelmed by it, and then he said he just didn't think he fit when you're talking about the other Red Jacket winners. You've talked to him about that, right? Do you think he'll ever change his mind? And I think you appreciated his position, right? But give me a little backstory on what you talked to him about when he said he didn't really want to go in as a Cardinal Hall of Famer.
Well, what I learned about David is that David is a really smart guy, very aware of the etiquette and what was going on. So he knows the Hall of Fame is more a longevity kind of award. You've done something really well, but you've done it over a number of years. And he really felt like, what he did was, that one-time thing in the World Series. I tried to explain that, that is such an important thing for the organization, the fans, and its teammates to win a World Series, and we couldn't have won it without him. That specialness part of it is Hall of Fame worthy, but he still felt like he hadn't done enough, and I appreciate it. So in fact, there's thing that I talk about, and I'll put 2 cents in there about, I'm writing the bios myself because I want them to be more personal than just look at Wikipedia and repeat stuff. And one thing that David did when we beat in Game 6 Milwaukee in the NLCS, and he had that great RBI time. He hit 545 against the Brewers. And he stood up there to get the MVP award. If you remember, that was a time where, except for Carp, most of our starters, Loesch, everybody, they were kind of hanging, man. So we pitched most of those games with the relievers. And David stood up there in front of everybody and says, I appreciate it, but we should give the bullpen this award. And that was such a great gesture of his concern and his appreciation for his teammates. And that's kind of the way he is. What I really hope, and the answer to your question is, he had a lot of success with our team, even beyond that one greatness in the World Series. So I hope in time that he will understand that he has a rightful place there, and we want to have a red jacket.
David Freese, part of the lineup, July 16th, the celebration of Cardinals champions. Tony La Russa and his latest pet charity raising money that night, also saluting our military, remembrances of Darryl Kyle, Walt Jocketty, and what a crew. Edmonds, Izzy, you mentioned David Freese, and you mentioned Al Roboski, who's getting a red jacket this year, and Mike Matheny. It just goes on. We asked the listeners questions for TLR. Tony, I always noticed that you spend most of the game standing in the dugout instead of sitting down. What was it about being out there that you feel that mattered? What mattered? Anyway, why did you stand in the dugout? I guess is the question.
Well, a lot of it is, I was a pacer. I couldn't just sit. I had to walk around, and I was superstitious. If we got an out in one spot, I stayed there. And if we didn't, I moved around. But more than anything else, you want to communicate in the dugout. And that was kind of silly. How you yell something to the guy at bat about, look, we want to be aggressive. He took a quick strike. Well, the guy couldn't hear me, but the guys in the dugout could. So what I did, I just kind of bounced around that one corner to make sure that, if I had something to say, that enough people were part of it. And at the same time, I couldn't sit still.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, where you stood, isn't that where the cold air kind of blew up? The air conditioning was kind of coming up the steps a little bit too, maybe. Yeah,
I never could understand why the guys were bothered by the heat. I thought
it's about 50 degrees coming up from that tunnel. We had a discussion the other day about players who get sideways with a franchise or have an awkward ending. And it's interesting. I talked to David Eckstein, and he's coming to the event, and he said he was at the Freeze game. He threw out the first pitch, ceremonial first pitch in 2011 at the World Series, and he said that game helped him get his love of baseball back, and that he would never say bitter, but he said the business of baseball sort of turned him off. And I think he said he's writing a book as well, and I would think some of that is how he ended up leaving St. Louis after the 2007 season. He'd been here for 3 years. What do you remember about his exit? And as a manager versus GM, did you ever get involved in those off-season negotiations and or pleading for a guy to stay?
Well, I remember, I know that the responsibilities are what they are, and the front office is in charge of putting that roster together. And we've talked about this before, Martin. If the appropriate thing to do is to respect your coaches and the manager, so you get their opinion, but that the final decision is theirs. So, I can remember, just actually the way it turned out with David was that Edgar Renteria, who gave us 5 great years, was a great player. He went to Boston, and the reason he went to Boston is that the agent decided that I'm not going to tell him that the Cardinals really wanted him. And later on, he found out. I was very disappointed. Well, with Edgar gone, we looked around, and sure enough, there's David Eckstein, and we made the phone calls, like to Mike Socia, who had him in the Angels, and we thought, boy, what a great fit. So, our part is really to check around, and because we want to always, Walt Jocketty really stressed the culture and the attitude. Not that we couldn't have a guy who may have had some problems, because we felt like we could we could fix them if he walked into our clubhouse as great as our guys were. But, you still wanted to do some checking. And I think that's part of the secret we had. I mean, the guys that we had were really committed to the team. I mean, I just walked into the clubhouse when I was there a couple weeks ago, and there's John Jay and Dan Descalzo, and giving them a hard time about the only reason they pinch hit in game 6 in the 10th inning because I didn't have anybody left. But that's just to show them that that you can't get too full of themselves. But those guys were great as young guys. They wanted to learn, and look what they are now. They really pass along to kids what it is to be a pro, and I think that's one reason this team this year has been very resilient. Ali's not out there by himself. I think he's got a great staff that you lose a couple of games, hey, we keep pushing. Pretty soon they win.
And you were here during that Cards-Cubs homestand, so on the TV broadcast, and I think I heard you and Ollie spent some time together. It seems like that relationship has developed. You in spending more time with Ollie and advising a guy who is still the youngest manager in baseball, and he's been here now in his 4th season. You started at a young age with the White Sox. Can you share any of your conversations with Ollie, or what can you share?
I think the important thing is Ollie himself, does he have all the answers and doesn't need to talk to anybody, which is a really dumb thing to do, and that's not Ollie. Ollie, when he first showed up, he knew that he had some wonderful help in the leadership in that clubhouse from Waino and Albert that one year and Yachty. Well, that's the same as he is now. I mean, once you get in that job, you realize that every day is a learning experience. That's probably the thing we talked about this particular time. You get a lot of information, and you're always trying to figure it out, how to make the things better. But the number one learning tool is the game you just played. And if you set your mind on improving, which means that day, this is what we did good, this is what we got to do better. That's just a very important attitude for the club to adopt, and we talked about that day. But there's just bits and pieces about being the leader and the staff that if you've got an open mind, you've heard me say this before. Everything you've ever heard me say, I learned from somebody else. There isn't anything I innovated or figured out by myself. So keep an open mind and learn, and Ali does that.
The beauty of this show is the listeners, and the tone of the show is sometimes serious, sometimes sophomoric. A question from the audience. Tony, did you like Jim Edmonds? He wore a half shirt often, and did you ever try that look yourself?
Oh, my word.
Well, I tried to until the players were vomiting watching me walk around. And you like I say, you better know yourself, and you got to look in the mirror. So no, Jim was always one of the neatest guys to be around because he was different every day, and every day it was interesting. But in the end, when the game was the brightest and most important, Jim was there ready to shine. And I think one of the things the fans will appreciate that night, if they're there, and I'm hoping they come, is his IQ as far as the way he played the position, and then how he would make the adjustment based on the hit of the pitcher and the count and score the game. I mean, it's really fascinating. And then there'll be, I'm not going to give it now, but trust me, there'll be a good story about his home run in the 11th or 12th inning in 2004 to take us from Game 6 to Game 7. Got a true story about that. I know in my heart, I know what's going to be in that show, and I know the fans are going to enjoy it. I'm really concerned, actually, that I think that I've had some people come back to me that they're having a little trouble with Ticketmaster trying to figure out the levels of there are 4 levels. The most reasonable are the 65s and the 40s, and then we have a couple of big ones there that are limited because of the space for receptions at 250 and 150. I I really hope that the fans are going to be able to get to where they can buy the ticket. I know the Seafood box office is closed unless there's an event. There won't be an event, so maybe they just call Martin at the thing and say, "Hey, call you there, and then you pass it on to me, and I'll take care of it personally."
Oh, well, I want people to be persistent because this level of Cardinal conversation, and Edmonds told it. He stopped doing media. He was on with us. He was sideways with the franchise, and he told me now he's a farmer in Tennessee. So this would be a rare Edmonds sighting. Chef Todd in the event, July 16th. So if you can, get those tickets, find a way. Stiefel Theater, July 16th. It's a Wednesday night celebrating the Cardinal Championships. Chef Todd said he sat behind the skipper at the Chicago concert the other night. Wants to know Tony's review of the show.
I was blown away. Those guys are in their 58th year. And, they had 3 of the original guys there. And the guys that were taking the place of somebody like Robert wasn't there. They were amazing. I think I couldn't wait to call home and tell Elaine and the girls, if Chicago comes there, you got to see it. I mean, the acoustics were great. The energy level, the sound was great. I mean, I knew they were going to be good, and they've been very helpful, by the way, to our foundation. They've performed before, but I thought that they sound like the records. And I would never have believed that this was their 58th year.
When I heard some of these names you got coming in, it made me think immediately, boy, that sure would be a great softball team. Think you could get some of these guys to play softball and maybe raise some money for charity that way?
Let's try that.
All right.
That's not a bad idea. We were saying off air, the Yankee old-timers game was always one of the biggest days of the year. And the Cardinals used to do you think guys just don't want to do it? Why wouldn't every team have one?
Well, I just think we just have to, we come with something catching that's not like the Savannah Banana, but something. I know you can figure it out, but I think if there was, put it this way, if the cause was right, and that's one reason that the guys are coming, is that they know this is all the money is going to nonprofits. There's no promoter making money on this thing. But I think if they understand it, and that's why it all came together from our side, I just hope the fans come out. This is a night to celebrate the fans and the history that they've had with championships and how many magical moments there were. In fact, I'm more concerned about running out of time than I am about the stuff that's going to entertain them.
Yeah, it's a loaded lineup. Chairman Kurt running the show today. I took all 3 pitches right down the middle to lead us off here, but he would like another at bat if that's okay, Skipper.
Yeah, Skipper, I wanted to try to bounce back from that poor performance at the beginning. Yeah, I got a question for you. Taking the World Championships, the World Series out of it, what's something, if you had to look back and look at a situation or maybe a player that you managed or the way you guided a team through a situation, what would be something as a manager that you look back and say, that might be something that I'm most proud of that's outside of like accomplishments, championships, things like that?
Well, I got 2 answers for you. That's really a very good question. So congratulations.
Nice. You're back, Kurt.
Nice
you're
going.
back.
I told you I have a short memory.
I told you to pack your bags, and now you're staying.
Well, you got to remember, too, that part of what I do is BS the young guys so that they get confident and be better. So just remember that. But anyway, I think I'm most proud of the fact that in all my years, my number one job, I never messed it up. And that pretty much was how I managed a team, and that was what time the game started and who we were playing. And I'm really proud that I don't think I ever messed that up.
Wow,
nice.
That's a big.
You really set the bar high.
I don't know. Edmonds as a broadcaster might have failed that one. Who are we playing tonight?
And the other one is more important. The other part of the answer is more important. What you end up doing is you suffer the losses more and you enjoy the wins. So most of my mind then and now is how we should have won more, how we could have played better. I mean, I'm not saying that Boston really had it going, but to get swept 4 games haunts me. And there are times, and probably the worst of all, because it was so personal and is 2002. What that team did to honor Darryl and Jack, we won 57 games. We ended up winning 97 games. And then we played against the champion Diamondbacks and swept them. I was convinced that the destiny was we were going to honor Darryl and Jack and our fans by going all the way. So when we lost in 5 games to the Giants, I'm still that's probably the toughest postseason defeat of all. I guess my long-winded answer is that if you ask the question like that, we had a lot of great moments, but the ones that stick with me the longest is where we should have done more.
Yeah, I've quoted this. I quoted this a couple of times when talking about that season. That Bernie Miklasz wrote a great column after it ended. And he said, I'm paraphrasing, but he said in sports, you're never guaranteed like a perfect ending. He said, but this team this season deserved a better fate. And I just thought that summed up, I think, what you're talking about there. Texter said, Tony, you're now beloved in St. Louis for the championships. Before that, there was some animosity towards you by Cardinal fans. What was it like dealing with that? And I do think the 2002 season is when everything sort of flipped, the way you guided the team and the way I think just the emotion they saw from you and all of the tragedy that unfolded. But they're asking you to kind of go back, how you kind of won the day, but there were some difficult moments.
Well, I recognize that you came into that job and you had that history, of all the championships, and you're reminded every day because Stan and Red and, Gibby Brock, they all walk around. So at that point, the nearest thing to that was Whitey and those great teams in the 80s, the type of baseball they played. And I think the fans that was fresh in their mind, and they were looking for something like that. And we played. You played at your talent. We had. We did some manufacturing, some base running, but we had some hit for more extra bases. The ballpark was different. I just thought it was more that they had this great respect for what the history, especially what Whitey and Ozzie and Willie McGee, what they had done, and you had to earn the respect. And I remember I used to get, between the fact that our family was vegetarian, I used to hear, well, I'm a tree hugger and want to kiss Bambi on the lips and stuff like that. But I always felt like the fans, Jack Buck and Mike Shannon, Tony, they just want you to show and your team to show that you're going to be accountable and continue what's going on with St. Louis. So I was never impatient about that. I knew you had to earn it, and over time, I think we did okay.
I always got a kick out of the criticism, mostly from the media, when they said, well, you're coming from Oakland managing an American League team. You're not going to be able to figure out how to manage a National League team that doesn't have a DH. I mean, like you couldn't possibly figure that out as a manager. That had to upset you.
And you're hot, man. That's really good.
Yep.
Just tell Martin to go take a break.
Done.
No, because as much as I love the game, Sparky Anderson, if you take my career, half of it was in the American League, 16 years, and the other 16 years was in the National League. And Sparky always told me, he was one of the best mentors anybody could have, and we were together a long time. He said, before you retire, I hope you go to the National League, because as much as you love the game, you're going to really enjoy where it's a different brand with the pitcher in the lineup and the use of the bench and so forth. So the one thing that I did was in spring training, where we played a National League team and you had National League rules, I always played that game in my own mind. Like, hey, I'm getting ready for it, even though down deep I thought maybe I'd stay in the American League forever. So I was fascinated. And here's the other thing that's really important. In the American League, even with the sluggers we had, now think about this, is really important. You play a lot of games against really good pitching. If you sit around thinking you're going to hit a bunch of home runs to win, you get beat. So we could manufacture a run and a rally with those great Oakland club as well as anybody. Guys could handle the bat, played hit and run, we stole everything. So it really wasn't unusual excuse me, it wasn't unusual to come to the National League, and it's the same thing. There are days it's not small ball. It's just you can't expect to do big things against great pitching, and that's the style that really flourished with Whitey, and we used it. And anyway, long story short, I can start talking forever, but I enjoyed the National League style. If I had my druthers, I wish we still had that.
I was lucky enough to meet TLR after the 2004 World Series. I was working at Houlihan, saw him walking through the mall with his family. I jumped from behind the bar, ran up to him to thank him for the season. He signed my Game 4 ticket stub. I still have it. I camped out for those tickets. It was a great experience no one will have again. We were actually talking the other day. They don't do that anymore. Everything's online. Wasn't that a cool thing? People would camp overnight just for the chance to get a playoff ticket.
Yeah, there's an argument. I wish we'd just give out tickets by the way, you can get a ticket to the show, so you don't have to just
a physical ticket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the thing about 2004, which is so painful, was that the ending, losing 4 in a row, was painful. But we had a great year. We went out to 105. We had the test against the Dodgers, and we had that great series against Houston, 7 games. It was full of heroics on both sides. So that it's so much to enjoy and be proud of. And then, we had the 4-game loss, which took a lot away from it. But overall, I think we gave our fans a great show that season.
Stiefel Theater, Wednesday, July 16th, celebrating Cardinal championships, also Russa pet champions, and then a military salute. They've got a comedian. Nobody rolls out that lineup quite like Tony. The Stiefel box office, when it's open, get the tickets. Hopefully Ticketmaster.com will work for you as well. We want you to be there. Unbelievable lineup of former Cardinals: David Freese, Eckstein, Matheny. I heard Ankill's name, Will Clark, Matt Morris, Al Rabosk. Did you say Ozzy was going to be there?
Yeah, Ozzy's going to open the show with Jack, and we're going to talk about That's a Home Run by the Wizard.
Oh, yeah. Joe Buck hosting and talking with Ozzy. And somebody asked earlier, there's 1,000 questions flying here. We don't have time for all of them, but they were curious about your relationship with Roland. And I had said, somehow we were talking the other day about organizations and how that's not always a perfect ending. But I said I thought you guys are on better terms now than ever. Is that accurate?
Oh, yeah. Well, in fact, we never really on bad terms. It got sideways a little bit, mostly because of his injury and the fact that he was playing through it, which I admired him. But no, I said it before. My wish for a game would be that 27 balls would be hit to Roland because he was such a great defender. And in our time, when men on base, the toughest out we had, as tough an out as anybody else was. So, we have a really good relationship. The two things that I'm here at the end right quickly about it. One is we will have Flynn, Kyle Jensen, and I think 3 of the kids there, plus Dave, her husband, and then Walt, family, Sue, Ashley, and Joy will be there. So, that's going to be, kind of magical moments and whatever else. If somebody's having trouble getting tickets, call Martin. Martin will call Tony.
Okay, call Martin. Nice. Yeah. Martin will call Tony. And
give out your home numbers.
Let's just give them out right here. Who was Daryl's the young son would sit with Matheny, is in the cute little kid. Cannon Kyle, that's right, who's probably 25, 26, 27, whatever it is.
Well, I talked to Flint. He just got married.
Wow.
And I saw an article. He was a top flight volleyball player. He liked baseball, but he's a big volleyball player. And he's grown up. He's probably the size of Darryl. Darryl is 6'5".
Wow. It is a Cards-Cubs weekend at Wrigley this week, and those were a great time. Somebody wants to know if you exchange Christmas cards with Dusty. I think we talked about this the last time, that you guys are actually fine, even though he may have given you the finger at one point.
Yeah.
I thought it was Steve Klein.
No, that's a different story.
Okay.
That's a whole nother. People are asking questions about that. What's it like to see Steve Klein in the shower? That's for another day. But yeah, I think you and Dusty are actually pals. Is that true?
Well, we started out well because he was with the A's when I got the club in '86, and we were always close. And the only thing that messed it up was when he came to the Central, and he was with the Reds or the Cubs, and we were both taking care of our club, and sometimes there were confrontations. But since then, the point I like to make a lot, because it's true. You hear a lot of things about, the good managers are the bad players, and they'll use me as an example. Well, the fact is that I was taught by George Kissel, if you want to be a good manager, all you have to do is love the game and want to learn it, and then use it as a manager. And that's why I point to great players who are really, really great managers, and Dusty's one of them, Don Baylor, Joe Torre, Mike Soch. These guys are really outstanding major league players, and they're outstanding managers. And one is because they love the game and want to learn it, and then they can take it into their managing. So the fact is that Dusty is, Hall of Famer, and it's going to be, and our relationship is fine.
Last one, I worked in college as a valet at the Chase. Just wanted to let Tony know he was always incredibly nice. That's from Eric, who's in the Central West End, fittingly, right there by the Chase. Tony, so much fun telling these stories. Again, July 16th, what a great night it's going to be for Cardinal fans. That's the night after the All-Star game, sort of a dead zone in sports. And the unbelievable lineup of former Cardinals leading off Joe Buck, Ozzie Smith talking it over, and then Edmonds and Izzy and Morris and Ankiel, next time David Freese. It just goes on and on. What a great night it'll be. Get those people are texting now. Martin, can you get me some tickets? Let me know. So you've planted that seed. We'll do our best to clear that up and spread the word, and look forward to seeing you that night.
Well, I just did get a text myself, and it says, I hope that Martin asks you to come on, be on the radio, come up 2 or 3 more times.
Okay, yeah, people love it. People love it. All right, thanks so much.
You guys have a good day. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Tony LaRussa checking in with us here on TMA. A couple of people pointing out. First of all, they're mad, Doug, when I read the text.
Why?
I'm not always reading their name.
Oh, well, too bad.
And they
get over it.
They said we're the real stars of the show.
Give some of them the finger.
You want me to give them the finger? I think when Tony heard me say that, he had the visual of it. It was across the dugout. It was heated. And Dusty, Jim Rome called him the lizard, and Dusty just was vehemently, it was an angry middle salute.
It didn't seem like it hurt LaRussa's feelings too bad. He's able to laugh it off.
About it now. Looking forward to that event on July 16th. Steve Savard and his bench pressing prowess is coming up at 9. And your text thread, I'm sure now we're way behind. That's what happens on this show. Text in. The Air Comfort Service text inbox is 399-9646. Collier and Thompson phone line. That's what brought us, Tony, at 974-0101. We're in the 8 o'clock hour. That's the Fisher Door and Window 8 o'clock hour. TMA, the morning after, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Tomorrow, it's an MLB 4th of July doubleheader. Game 1, Mets and Yankees. Game 2, Padres and Rangers. Coverage starts at 1:30. The MLB plays on 101 ESPN.
Price just went up on car insurance? Check us out at carltoninsurance.net.
It's Wiggity's Hot Lot Blowout at Auto Centers Nissan, and yeah, it's as wild as it sounds. They've got over 1,000 vehicles in one massive location right off I-55 in Herculaneum. No hunting across 5 lots, no games, just straight-up deals. Right now, 0% APR for 60 months, 0 down, and no payments for 3 months on 2025 Rogues, Pathfinders, and Muranos, all built right here in the USA. I speak from experience. I'm currently driving a 2025 Murano from Auto Centers Nissan, and man, it is a sweet ride. The redesigned exterior and interior is sleek. The technology is user-friendly, and I love the Pro Pilot Assist to ensure that my family and I get to where we're going as safely as possible. Looking at used cars, Auto Centers has 0 down and no payments for 3 months. And remember, at Auto Centers Nissan, every new vehicle comes with dealer pricing, a lifetime warranty, and a 30-day return promise. Inventory's hot, deals are hotter, but it all blows out soon. These offers won't last. Check them out, Auto Centers Nissan and AutoCentersNissan.com.
Home mortgage loans can get a little complicated. Together Credit Union here to help you through the entire process. As the hometown loan provider, Together Credit Union has a home loan solution for every buyer. Get in on the action, whether you're buying for the first time, downsizing, sizing up, or looking for a second mortgage. Together Credit Union is here for you. They simply have it all. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, jumbo loans, all of it, including specialty options like FHA, construction, union member mortgages, community contributor mortgages. Together Credit Union helps you through that process. It's all in-house, all of it done right here in St. Louis. Together Credit Union is experienced. That team will help you with the underwriting, servicing. Again, all done locally. Remember, Together Credit Union is your hometown home loan provider. Get those rates at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Are we waiting on your little pill to hit home base?
No, I got a chewable. It works faster.
Oh, so we can get naughtier sooner?
And longer.
Victory Men's Health has launched VictoryRx.com. Get prescribed our #1 ED medication. It has the combined power of Cialis and Viagra in a chewable tablet and better absorption. It's easy. Get a consultation on VictoryRx.com and your ED chewable. VictoryRx.com, where men's sexual health matters.
Summer's here. Total Wine & More has your go-to drinks for every sunny plan. You'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
The choice of lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements.
Not sure how to get a lawyer after an accident? Call Brown & Crouppen. We'll walk you through it. Worried it'll cost too much? Here's a fact. At Brown & Crouppen, you pay nothing up front, and we never get paid unless you do. When you're our client, you'll have all your questions answered, all for free. Hurt? Get the facts and help you need. Call Brown & Crouppen now.
Well, Collier & Thompson is just a great place to go if you need your housework done, maybe a kitchen redone or a basement remodeled or a master bathroom. They can do it all, anything in your house that needs updating. Collier & Thompson is right there. Maybe you're tired of the same old kitchen but don't have the finances for a new kitchen. Well, you can give my friends at Collier & Thompson a call. You don't have to redo the whole kitchen if you don't want. You just do part of it, and even that makes a huge difference. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, right next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
101 ESPN is proud to support the 12th annual Songs for Soldiers benefit concert, Friday, September 5th and Saturday, September 6th in Columbia, Illinois. It's a family-friendly event with live music from Craig Morgan on Friday night and the Wallflowers on Saturday night. Enjoy plenty of cold beverages, food, and fun, with 100% of the proceeds going toward the Songs for Soldiers mission of helping combat veterans in need. Get more details on this year's Songs for Soldiers benefit concert at songsforsoldiersstl.org. You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Oh, it's Chicago. So there is a theme. Oh, time away for Jackson and Tim.
Oh, is that what this is?
Didn't somebody bring up Tony La Russa being at the Chicago concert?
Yeah, that's right.
And then Chef Todd had a review of the concert. But Dale in Grubville says, Marty, I think the chairman's choice of music would be better described as closeted. He was saying you did have a theme.
I don't see how a gentleman's music choice would give you any indication about certain preferences. I felt like me and the skipper really bonded there.
Oh, somebody didn't like your question, though, and they said, get back to playing Dead Air.
Oh.
Did you choke with the music because it was La Russa and you were nervous?
No, the computer, I hit play like I always do, and it just kind of, I had the little spinny wheel thing, and we just had a cold return.
You know what? It happens, and it really doesn't alter anyone's day.
No, I was shaken up by it.
No,
you almost walked out.
Yeah. When I first started filling in, doing some things, if I had a little misstep like that, it would kind of rock me for a little bit. But no one really cares.
No, that's for sure.
Yeah.
No one really cares about any of this.
From Phil the Peacock. Martin, I think it was a mistake. You didn't ask Tony about how great he thinks Tim is. Well, maybe next time. There was a text saying, please ask Tony if Tim's a great broadcaster, or if he's just the greatest. So to kind of clarify between the two.
I'm gaslighting you.
From the 314, see, they don't have a name. I have no text name and apparently not smart-ass enough to get on your show. However, I listen regularly, and maybe someday I'll figure out the algorithm of smart-assness to get some airtime. I'm actually pretty smart-assy, and I always enjoy the banter on your show. Thanks. From the 314, who I think should name themselves Smartassery, it seems, because there was a lot of that referenced. Oh, no, Kurt, you're having a tough hour.
But I'm not going to let it get to me, though.
No, don't, because no one cares.
Some pitchers give up a home run and have to keep pitching. I think if you hit the wrong drop, you can get through it.
Got to have a short memory.
Your mom's lesbian. You just can't go wrong with the mic. And I'd like to know the context on that, but there was probably 4,000 times when he laughed like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure we could get to the bottom of that one.
Your mom's lesbian lover says, I'll never be the same after you blank that up, Chairman.
Oof, well, I could take some time away, too, if you guys just want to have a little two-man game for the rest of the day.
No, I assume you're wearing boots. Just pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
Up. Average size Shabonga says, Chairman, could I please request chicken fried? Very American. And then he wants to know, did I get banned? You did not get banned. As somebody who audits the text line most days, which is to kind of keep an eye on it loosely, and Tim watches it closely, I can tell you, nobody's banned. Although Doug's got a few people.
I'll block him. I will absolutely block you.
Some people right now are suspended, but I can just tell you the volume of text. It's impossible to read them all.
Yeah.
It's just impossible.
The key is, if it doesn't get read the first time you send it, I would say send it in 7, 8, 9 more times, and then we'll probably get to it.
And that does happen. And by the 10th time, I feel like it's angry.
A lot of perverts in here.
Is the chairman in charge of name changes this week? Maybe he can actually get something done instead of little Jackie Papers.
No. I don't have access to the text inbox, so you'll have to wait for Jackie to get back from the lake.
Who takes that very serious.
We get probably 8 to 10 texts a minute, I think.
Depending on what we're talking about.
Looking at, yeah. So you couldn't possibly read
400 some odd an hour?
Yeah, that would be the entire show if we read them.
Hey, smartass, drink some bleach. Maybe that'll get you on the show. That's from Grimy from South County. Okay. Right. Mr. Mudjack Mike, I requested green onions from Jackson 3 times this week. Save it. So I think he wants to change his name. And I think if you are concerned about either entering a name for your text or changing a name, and this is important, Doug. This is really important.
It really is.
Jackson said because of the holiday short week and he's out, he's allowing that to continue, I think, into next Wednesday. So there you
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for this nice words. I appreciate it so much.
Okay.
He was a fan.
Martin, thanks for asking the half-shirt question. I do think it'd be great if Tony was on stage talking to Jimmy in a half-shirt.
The best thing about him is
the 314.
However stupid the question is, he goes right along with it.
That was the
premise of Ask Tony. Yeah.
Because on Camel X on Sunday mornings, he was always respectful to Cardinal callers, and they seemed to be a little older, and they would call in, and Ron Jacober hosting. Well, who's next, Willie? And they'd be like, Tony, I've been a season ticket holder since 1948. Well, thank you. And then they would go on, I don't like the way they hold the bats. I think these guys need to move their hands a little higher. Yes, something we're talking about, actually. That's a great point. He would always say it's a great point. And then 4 hours later, when you and I are down there, we would be like, that's a stupid question. Like,
right. You
just told a guy that driving a tractor might improve somebody's swing. Yeah.
Well, that was how I got into the morning grind back in the day, was hearing the Ask Tony segment. That's the first thing I remember.
Most petrified I probably was when they told me he was on hold because they lined it up. I think producer Joe talked to him, and he called in, and he was on hold while we were doing a bit. And somebody invariably, Doug, it was very serious even then, would ask, Tony, I've got a sick cat at home, but I also have tickets to the game tonight. Which is more important? Stuff like that.
One I vividly remember is a guy calling in asking how he could cut back on going to the gentleman's club. And your Tony advice to him was just to kind of cut back. Maybe go Friday, but then Saturday, don't go.
And I don't remember any of that. They're requesting Green Onions, the song. No, says Mudjack Mike. Green Onions, the song. It's a song, dumbass. And I don't know if that's for me or for Kurt. Happy birthday. Pele Blanco wants to wish Chairman happy 40th birthday in advance of Sunday.
You going to do anything special on your birthday?
It's a Sunday, so that, I have a friend in town that lives in Napa. I don't get to see him but once or twice a year. And he's in town because he comes in town to see his family on the 4th. So I think Sunday we're going to do a little ball striking. But other than that, no real plans.
Oh, okay.
I got to pick up my son. He gets a little spooked over fireworks. So probably...
Your son being your dog.
Yes. So I'm looking forward to Friday night of just kind of staying home with him, maybe give him a little CBD, calm him down a little bit, because it's a bad night for our four-legged friends out there.
Right. This is when it's nice that Dora's hard of hearing. The fireworks don't bother her too much.
If you're a deaf dog, fireworks have just got to be phenomenal.
Yeah, you don't mind it too much.
Yeah.
I'm going back out to the Winsfield territories on the 4th. Experience the Tet Offensive again.
Is that right?
Yeah, Charlie's in control of everything.
Somebody
north
just
of
said, what are
I-70.
Doug's plans for the weekend? And lo and behold, it's like you're AI generated. The jerkwood from Kirkwood was wondering, what is Doug doing this weekend? You are going out to the territories?
Yeah, for the Tet Offensive fireworks display.
What'd you say?
Boy, it's amazing out there. Apparently no laws whatsoever.
Going to light up the skies?
When to shoot them, what you can shoot. Yeah, there's dynamite going off. It's a real show.
Be careful out there. That's my PSA for all listening. Never would have guessed the chairman's 40. Definitely doesn't sound it. I don't know if I can tell someone's age entirely by their voice. Hold on, he's got to drop.
I feel like about the time
We were talking about the lovely Nina Blackwood. Nina, how are you?
Hi, Iggy.
Oh, no, that's a smoker.
Okay,
There was a
okay.
smoker.
So her age, though, it makes it a little harder.
Yeah.
Because I think she sounded that way for a long time.
Between about 18 and 60, people sound about alike.
Hi, Iggy. How are you?
Okay, yeah.
The two of them just sound like a pack of Marlboros.
Who is
I
Nina
love it.
Blackwood?
She was a DJ, or excuse me, a VJ on MTV. Doug, the original was that
Martha
JJ,
Quinn?
Martha Quinn, Alan Jackson. No, not Alan J. Alan Quinn. Martha Quinn, Alan Hunter. Jeez.
I don't remember him.
He lives in St. Louis and still does Sirius XM, and he lives in St. Louis. Alan Hunter, Martha Quinn, Nina Blackwood, referenced on the show.
You have one new message. Yeah, Doug Vaughn. My name is Miss Butler, and I'm calling in reference to the comments you made, I think it was about a week ago, concerning Randy Moss maybe coming to the Rams. I didn't appreciate your little comment. You keep your personal comments to yourself or to your homeboy.
Boy, she let me have it.
But she was so upset about it, she called a week later. Some comments that you made, maybe
I respect that. You know, if you're fired up about something, you type the email, you put it in the drafts. If you still feel that way a little later, you can send it. You don't send it when you're emotional. So I respect Miss Butler for waiting a little bit.
Gosh, she let me have it.
She was thinking, like, I'm not gonna call him. 2 days later, well, I'm really thinking about it. A week later, I'm gonna let. Do you remember what you said about Randy?
There was something
Moss?
about he'd had off the field problems or something.
You didn't want any part of him on your Rammies.
I don't remember exactly what I said about him, but I must have said something about that.
Joe Buck was horrified by that, right?
That's when, he pulled down the pants, mimed it, I guess you would say. But I think, Doug, looking back, the Rams probably could have used some talent.
Yeah, they could have.
Randy Moss-esque talent. If Doug knew the years, he'd be a much more useful member of the show. That's from Who's on First.
I just don't know the years. I don't.
I'm pretty good on that sort of thing, but Tim has a weird wizardry of years and dates.
Yeah.
I want to officially invite you boys to the festivities this Saturday celebrating the 21st birthday of my coital hype man, Party Bus going to Fast Eddie's. That's from Beer Cats, because Lil Beer Cats is celebrating his 21st birthday. They're going to Party Bus to Fast Eddie's. We are all invited.
Are you going to go?
I actually think about that.
Really?
I tell my wife I'm going to Lil Beer Cats
with a 21-year-old, 21-year-old crowd.
That sounds fun, but I don't know how that would play at the house.
No.
That's got to be fun to run around chasing tail with your dad, right?
It's a little weird.
Are you getting turned on by this?
No. Yeah, that would be really odd. Really, really weird.
Al in Dadeville. Doug, it really is happening. They started last night out here in the territories. I want to love something in my life the way the fats out here love fireworks. That's from Al in Dadeville.
They do let them rip.
Can I get
unlike anything I'd ever seen?
Doug, can you give out the address where you'll be staying in Wentzville? That's from the 636.
I'm not staying in Wentzville. I'm driving there to see my son.
Okay. Sorry.
Is this Lexington Steel?
No, he's not Lexington Steel. He is not.
You can tell Martin's age by his voice. Is that true? I think my voice. Well, you played clips earlier before the show for the morning. I thought it sounded the same.
I swear to you, I was having the exact same thought. Because I do think Tim brings up that he thinks he sounds a little different from back then, and
he sounded younger. He did.
Yeah, but I think what I played for you earlier and what I hear when I listen to you every day, I heard no difference.
Isn't that interesting? When you played that, I was thinking, God, I kind of sound the same, but I still don't like hearing it. Nobody ever likes hearing their voice.
No.
Jack Bach, years ago, I asked him for advice. I was in college. I was at a Cardinal game, interning at Channel 11. And I said, anyway, I said, do things you can read out loud often. And he said, if you're going to be on TV, look in the mirror, get used to it. That's what you look like. But he said, read out loud and just hear your voice. Oh, because nobody likes hearing their voice. But when you would cut audio track, you're like, oh, it sounds terrible.
Oh, yeah. Especially when you first start.
I'm Doug Vaughn in Rochester.
Oh, my God. Well, my voice is bad now because I have a paralyzed vocal cord. You know, you got two of them that are supposed to flap back and forth. I only have one that flaps. The other's paralyzed.
Oh, no.
Doesn't
my
work?
voice. What?
It doesn't work?
Doesn't work at all. It doesn't move.
Does your garage door work?
Yeah.
Oh,
it does.
Really? I wonder why.
Because I called Schaefer Door. Yes. That's why. I said, hey, I got a garage door acting like one of my vocal cords. It's not going up. It's not going down. Ah, yes, I got problems. So what do? You call Schaefer Door, SCH. You're saying, how do you spell that? Well, SCHAEFER. They don't give an F about not having that second F in Schaefer. One F, Schaefer Door, their website, schaeferdoor.com. They've got that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. And if you run a business and you've got those giant commercial doors, those big, tall doors, Schaefer's experience in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members working there. They're big enough to get any kind of a job done, small enough that you're really going to talk to a person when you call them up on their phone. And their service techs are not commission based, so they're not going to try to sell you a brand new door if you don't need it. Usually you don't. Sometimes you do, and they've got those doors too. SchaeferDoor.com. You can call or text at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer.
By the way, the Mike Shannon clip, according to Buck Swope, who was texted in, that Mike Shannon laughing is from the time when the kitten was loose on the field. I do remember that. Because I think he misidentified it at first, and then he was, oh, it's a kitty. Do we have the lengthier cut of that, Chairman? Because I think
I can look for it.
All right. We'll
Are you getting turned?
It's fine.
What has to happen for a cat to show up on the field at Busch Stadium?
I could see how it could get access pretty easily. Just slide in there.
Just a feral cat running around the streets
just kind of
at night?
on the loose. And remember was a cat loose? Well, it doesn't matter. I think that's actually the LaRussa story, how ARF started, I believe. Is there was a cat on the field at an Oakland A's game.
Really?
And then they
scooped
it. Well, his family. It's like, oh, you can't just get rid of it. They're all right. So they took one cat in. Next thing you know, they had like 20 dogs living at the house. Kurt, you're going to play golf even after you do the ball striking? Here it is.
I might have that cat clip.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like you're looking for it right now on the air.
Were you asking me something?
On the air. Did you want us to take a break?
We heard all that.
You could hear it when I was playing?
Yes.
Oh, man. I was told this cue button would just have it playing in my ear.
Kind of like when we hit the cough button and poor Mike Ryder's in there just listening to us cough.
Gosh, I really need to see myself
a little time away.
Let's take a break.
Because it is the top of the hour. We got traffic and weather to get to.
Yeah, I'll pull myself together and who knows, maybe we'll hear the Shannon clip when we come back.
Well, we're going to close out the 8 o'clock hour here on Thursday, July 3rd. It's brought to you by Fisher Door and Window, about to open up the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. As always, TMA TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Coming back, Seve Savard. What's that final number? Kurt thinks he can. You think it is?
No, I gotta stick to it.
You said 500 pounds.
The more that I thought about it,
God, it's like a car.
I bet I'm not far off. I bet I'm within 20.
All right, I'm saying 350.
I'm gonna stick to it because I said
Doug,
it.
you guys used to bench press each other in the office just for kicks. What's
you
your
said
number?
350?
I said 350.
I'll say 351
God,
probably.
Darn it. All right, Seve Savard checking in with us next on TMA.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
AutoLoanPro.com, the website you can head to if you're in the market for a new car. Doesn't matter what your situation, whatever your circumstances, Auto Loan Pro is going to get you into a vehicle, and they can do it with little to no money down. They're going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. They do that by working with over 50 different lenders. AutoLoanPro.com. Again, that's the website. You'll see Robert Thomas on there. It's a great site. Scroll down. Look for the playbook. We've been telling you about this. It's pretty cool. They've created a playbook you can download. It'll explain to you the credit industry, how it works, how you get a vehicle, how you get one the next time around. Every time you buy one, you want to get a better car. They're going to get you on the right track because they know anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. The Auto Loan Pro, working with those 50 lenders, financing a car. There's only one thing to know, and that is to choose the Auto Loan Pro. So they're going to get you into a vehicle. They're going to also help you understand how it all works. What a great combination. AutoLoanPro.com. They are part of the Lita family.
I'm happy to announce that we have negotiated a trade deal.
Is it with China?
Oh, is it Europe? No, it's the Frank Lita Automotive Outlet in Bridgeton.
It's a trade buyout. You can get thousands over book value for any trade-in. Thousands. He's right, even if you still owe.
But what about down payments?
Every vehicle is just one dime down. A dime. New vehicles with a lifetime warranty, priced under $20,000 and payments under $300 a month. Acres of the hottest pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs, all makes, all models, and most come with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
I need credit.
Just ask for credit amnesty. If you've got a job at a dime, you ride. Plus, you could get thousands over current book value for any trade-in.
And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to the trade buyout.
At the Frank Lita Automotive Outlet
in Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com.
New 24 Mirage, $19,675, dime down, $290 a month, 72 months at 2% APR, plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
Hey, baseball fans, step up to the plate like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circus Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and more. Whether you're betting with a home team or scouting the next big matchup, take your swing with the Circus Sports app. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit. Call now. 314-887-4442.
The magic only happens once, then it is gone. That is the true essence of life. The experience, the magic, the spirit. Not on a screen or a phone or an app. Live in the moment, in the flesh. You are cordially invited to El Monstero. Bear witness as El Monstero recreates the power and the majesty of Pink Floyd. Experience the phenomenon again. Be fearless. This is your time. El Monstero. Together with special guest, Blue Oyster Cult. Saturday, August 2nd at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Hey, it's Katie with Elite Comfort Experts. From day one, we built this company on always doing the right thing. We don't jack around with our pricing structure and increase rates when you need us most. No gimmicks, just guarantees. 636-800-2089 or find us online at elitecomfortexperts.com.
Sponsored by the International Hot Rod Association.
The International Hot Rod Association Outlaw Nitro Series is back. 5 events, 4 locations. 1 explosive season. Top fuel, funny cars, promo. You are in the stands. Get your tickets now at ihra.com. It's ihra.com. Be a part of the show. Text the Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation text line at 314-399-9646 on 101 ESPN. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Clayton Kershaw last night joined the 3,000 Strikeout Club. He joins Walter Johnson and Bob Gibson as the only pitchers to ever do it with just one team, and he's only the 4th left-hander in baseball history to accomplish 3,000 or more strikeouts. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Doug, you're a big Kelly Clarkson fan, right?
Oh, sure.
Sure?
Ever since, was it American Idol or The Voice
Idol.
that she won? Yeah, American Idol. The first winner, right?
It was her and Justin Guarini in the finals.
Huh.
Then they put out the great film From Justin to Kelly. Justin Guarini became a little sweet in the Dr. Pepper commercials.
Okay.
Kelly Clarkson gone on to host her own daytime talk show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What year was that, Doug? You don't know the years, do you?
No, I don't know the years.
2003 or 4, maybe-ish. Wow. KG's music theme today. Well, there's many theories on it, but they're bangers, Doug, is what they're calling it.
That song reminds me of one of the worst cliches ever. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Absolutely not true.
Do you know why I picked that song?
Why?
Makes you strong.
Because we have a guest on the line.
Stronger is the theme.
Oh, I see.
Sevy Savard.
Okay.
Steve Savard, friend of the show, checking in. We were going to have him come to the studio, but he is still wrapping things up down in Springfield, Mo, before triumphantly returning to the STL. Doug, I don't know if Steve Savard worked in television here in town for a while. And
I barely remember that.
Barely remember that.
Yeah.
Steve, this is Doug Vaughn, local news legend.
Yeah, and well, first of all, I didn't understand how the tie-in with Steve Savard to Kelly Clarkson was going to work, so thank you for that.
Well, the song is called Stronger, and somehow earlier, I think we had Russa on, and we were taking questions from the audience, and I don't remember how, but we started talking about bench pressing, and everybody knows Steve keeps himself in good shape, and Kurt here running the board said, "Oh, I bet Savard could bench 500 pounds," and I said, "Good God!"
Now I'm gonna back Martin up a little bit, Steve.
No, I asked 61, and I've had 10 orthopedic surgeries.
Well, I think he means at your peak.
At your peak, we were debating what was your highest bench press.
430 when I went into the NFL.
Oh, 430. Okay, I said 350. Vaughn Price is Right. I mean, 351.
Yeah.
Kurt had you at 500, but 430. Damn. All right.
I knew it was going to be over 400.
Body weight at 240. Guys who are really strong power lifters, guys at body weight of 198 or 200, 210 who bench that are the guys who are really, really strong. But if you stay at something long enough, you get stronger. Whatever you do, you get better. Except Vaughn. Vaughn's the exception to a lot of things in life.
That I'm not getting stronger? Well, you got that right. Not getting stronger at all. Just trying to hang in there step by step at this point.
Trying to hang in there. Steve was just...
Nothing's changed. The world is still kicking you right in the nether region every single day, right?
It is, undeservedly so. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Frank, would you say this statement is accurate? Doug Vaughn, Big Ego, Small Johnson.
Okay, Frank knock it off.
Frank working blue on the show. Steve, you were surprised, though, that Doug was here because Tim's on vacation, and you remember Doug was the one who was always on vacation.
Well, I was on with you guys in January, and I didn't realize that I ignited this firestorm by saying that Doug used to time out, and I didn't mean anything by it. He used to take his family to Colorado Springs, I think, to visit his in-laws. It was an annual trip, vacation, and it always coincided. Unfortunately for me, it coincided with the opening of Rams camp. And one year, unfortunately, our news director got fed up with our number 3 guy and walked him to the door just the day before I was headed to Rams camp. So I worked 15 straight days. Vaughn says he never took more than 1 week off at a time.
No.
I have no idea why I would have worked 15 straight days, but we're still talking about this months later.
Well, it did take on a lot. I don't know if this show, Steve, things tend to get embellished a little bit. So now Vaughn is known for his month-long vacation.
I was a slave to journalism.
Wow.
My ethics wouldn't have allowed me to take too long a time off. I'm going to Chicago.
Well,
stand up.
I didn't say a month, and you would have definitely worn out your welcome with your in-laws if you'd stayed that long. But I do remember working 15 straight days. But let me just say this, Martin. Let me set the record straight here. We're about 10 years into my stay, somewhere around 2005. We started figuring out the one thing about Doug and I is we didn't try to take a lot of days off. We soldiered through because we didn't want to put the burden on, and you know this, Martin, you don't have a full staff. So when you're off or you get a sick day, somebody's schedule is getting turned upside down. I think we figured out about 10 or 12 years in, before a lot of my surgery started happening, I was averaging 1 3/4 sick days a year. Pretty good for a guy that had a 5-month schedule like I did with the Rams and with the TV station. Vaughn actually only averaged about 3/4. He averaged about less than 1 sick day a year. But you'll never guess what knocked him out for a few days.
Oh, let's see.
A vasectomy?
What?
A bee sting.
Gout.
Oh, that's right. I had gout for a couple days.
Really? And
Thought it was anyway.
But you're not a big drinker.
No,
it's usually related.
They weren't sure if it was gout. It felt like it had all the symptoms. I couldn't walk.
Wow.
No. Listen, gout is the affliction of the aristocracy. He's always been a 1%er. Despite the world is killing him persona, Vaughn's always been a privileged 1%er. So it makes sense that the only two people I've ever known to have the gout are Doug Vaughn and Joe Ferret.
Oh, Joe Ferret couldn't skate because he had the gout. Remember that? Yeah.
Steve
couldn't skate.
Mizraini's sidekick. Remember, he's roller skating through his showroom. Says Joe couldn't be here today. He's got the gout.
Yeah, I think instead of it, I thought it was the gout, and the first doctor thought it was gout, and then after a while they thought I was wearing maybe just shoes that were too tight, and it was pinching my big toe too far inward, and that caused that bunion.
Oh, for God's! Do you know how soft you sound? For God's sake,
that's what it was. It was a bunion. Oh my God, it was painful.
You should have just gone with gout. You should have just gone with gout.
I had to go in a wheelchair. It hurt so darn much. And then I got these toe separators that separate your toes, little rubber things that looks like what women do when they get their fingernails done, and that fixed it. And now I buy wider shoes.
Martin, I had to manage him and McKernan at the same time.
I was going to say, this is not going to help the narrative on this show. Now, this is just going to take a whole new twist and turn. It could be a lot worse. Kelly Chase tells the story, and this is recent, that they couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. And he said, the first doctor said, I think you have gout. Well, it turns out he has leukemia, so they kind of misdiagnosed that one. So, great to hear Sevy on the line here. I know you've done some work over at KTRS with our buddy Frank as well. So you are moving back, correct? That's still the plan here.
That's still the plan. Yeah, the housing market in Springfield, it's slow everywhere, from what I understand, but the housing market in Springfield is really slow, especially in our price range and neighborhood. So, being patient. I had the good fortune of working with Rammer a couple of weeks ago, and he termed my situation as temporary semi-retirement, which I think would make sense. I'll be back the next week doing 3 days worth of radio, so that's what's bringing me to St. Louis. And I'm meeting with some people and talking to some folks and having a good time, playing more golf than I've played in a long time.
Well, we did questions for LaRussa earlier, and now questions for Steve, which is always dangerous, on the Air Comfort Service inbox, 399-9646. Somebody simply said, Martin, I want some good Jack Snow stories out of Savard. Maybe they involve cigarettes. I'm like, well, a lot of Jack stories do. I don't know if you could ever narrow it down to one, but did he like you right away? Because he was sort of like the Ram. What would you even call him? He was he was just like in charge of everything Rams when they got here.
He was the ambassador. He was the Rams ambassador. Yeah, he was the guy to determine. He was going to test everybody. He tested interns by making them wash his car. But they all ended up loving the guy, and he just wanted to make sure, in his terms, that people were squared away. The cigarettes were a constant. The man just could not kick the habit. He wore, at times, 2 patches, nicotine patches, chewed Nicorettes, and still smoked 2 packs a day. We used to torment him, Jim Stassi, our producer, and I caught up with Mike Martz about 2 weeks ago. Well, that was last week. Had a great conversation with him. Can't wait to see him when I move back to St. Louis. We had so much fun with Mike, but Mike was in on a lot of our hijinks with Jim Stassi and myself. We used to hide his cigarettes, which drove him absolutely crazy. We'd do the coach's show on Monday night, and we either hide his phone. Sometimes we'd hide his phone. We get a call at 6:30 in the morning. He's cussing us out because he missed a radio interview he was supposed to do. It was hidden behind about 5 boxes of old media guides. We used to hide his cigarettes. We'd write bad things on his cigarettes. So if he's smoking, he could see. We did all kinds of things. He loved it. It kept him young. Jack was really a big kid at heart. The one time we went too far, and I'm going to say this is Jim Stassi's fault. About in 2005, early in 2005, no, it was 2004, Jack had not had, Jack really suffered from hip damage. He needed a double hip replacement, and he eventually got it. He got I've had 1 hip replacement. He got both at the same time. That's how stubborn this man was. Anyway, one night we had kind of run out of things to hide. So we're leaving the coach's show, and Jack always shows up at his office, and his office was a back room. As you guys know, his office was a back room. It was basically a closet at Rams Park, but that he was a man of the people. And Stassi decides we're going to take a coaster because he loved to lean back in his chair and with his feet up on the desk. And Stassi decides to take a coaster off his chair, and I said, no, you can't do this. Well, he did it. And sure thing, about 6:15 in the morning, he must have gone appetite over tea kettle and did a complete somersault. And the phone rings at 6:30, and I could hear my wife answers the phone, and I could hear somebody screaming, and she just hands me the phone, and I just hold it out, and he cusses me out for like 15 minutes.
Was he injured?
Well, he said he was, but his hips were already shot in his back. He ended up getting a double hip replacement, as I said. But then I called Stassi. Well, Stassi had already gotten the phone call because Jack really knew who the ringleader was. And when I called Stas, he answers the phone, and he's just we can't even talk. We're laughing and crying out so loud, and we just hang up after about 5 minutes. But we used to have all kinds of fun with Jack, and he'd give it right back. Listen, there were times where we'd watch Jack walk out. We'd hide his phone, or we'd do something to his charts and mess with something. As the Rams are stretching on Wednesday at practice, he's confronting Mike Martz, and Martz has got both hands up just laughing. We had a great time. It was just that was Mike coined the phrase special time, special place. It really was for me.
Maybe not such a special time that day when Big Al beat you in arm wrestling. He is texting in here, said doesn't care what you bench press, but he beat you in arm wrestling. Ask him about that.
I've always said Big Al beat it. I've never said I was a good arm wrestler. Big Al, it's 25 years or 20 years, whatever it is. You got to get on with life. You just got to.
Somebody else wants to know if you're going to a wedding this weekend. I don't know how they know that or why they're asking that.
Am I going to a wedding this weekend?
Yeah, that's right.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. We get really deep into people's personal lives. Alan Dadeville says, Steve, you playing that river cut down there in Springfield. Also, does Ned Reynolds still run that town? From Al in Dadeville.
Ned Reynolds owns this town. Ned Reynolds does every commercial, does every voiceover on TV and radio. Great guy to get to know. He used to have me on his radio show 25 years ago when he was working, the radio station he was working for down here. And he still does, by the way, in his 80s. Does morning radio. Used to be the Ranch Southwest Missouri affiliate down here. And, yeah, he owns this town. Everything runs through Ned Reynolds in this town. He's the sheriff in these parts.
Huh. Tell Steve we enjoyed him down here. I'm from St. Louis, but now live in Nixa. My wife always enjoyed watching his broadcast. Is that a cuck? That's from the Table Rock Lake Monster. Doug, these are the kind of texts that McKernan usually gets to read.
Right,
and now I'm in this awkward role here, reading these things.
Who's Ned Reynolds?
No.
Right.
Yeah, I guess he's concerned that his wife liked you a little too much, I guess is the concern.
I get it. Well, going back to, I'll leave that alone, but going back to River Cut, yes, the answer I played, River Cut is a great public course, one of the best in Missouri.
Well, I think the recent ranking, Golf Digest, like the top 10 Missouri golf courses, public golf, or maybe it's just all golf courses. I think 3 of them were down there in that Branson area.
Yeah, but by public, some of them are, you better take a bank loan out. Anything that Johnny Morris owns that's affiliated with Big Cedar, it's going to, you're going to have to take a loan out to go play around a golf. River Cut is still very reasonable and accessible to the public, and it gets a lot of play, but it is a great, great course.
Like, what's it cost to play the best courses down there?
Well, like River Cut, for example, there's a park board that runs 3 public courses here. River Cut is the gem of those 3. I would say it's probably 70 or 75. But if you go down to Big Cedar and play, first of all, you can't hardly get on Ozark National, Buffalo Ridge, or Tigers course, Paynes Valley. Those are usually booked up months and months in advance, but they're now at somewhere around anywhere from $400 to $500 to $600.
Oh Lord!
Yeah,
yikes!
You got to stay on the property down there too, I think, and make a couple rounds out of it. They get you.
Well, I played Buffalo. I played Buffalo in a tournament here with the station when I first got here. It's spectacular down there. It really is. Now he's opened a par 3 course to rival the other par 3 he has, Top of the Rock. I think it's called Cliffhangers. And I just started seeing advertisements for it. And I think the big surprise to me was Ned Reynolds wasn't the voice of the commercial.
Yeah.
He voices everything else down.
Well, with those prices, they must be bringing in people from all over the country to play down there.
That's what they do. It's corporate. It's big money. Guys who fly in straight into Branson in private jets, or Branson or Hollister area. Not everybody, but I think that's really who they're catering to. Beautiful setup down there, but again, it's not affordable. But around here, there are some very affordable clubs. I've played Millwood. I was a member there. I'm now a member at Springfield Country Club, which is up north. More of a modest club, but I really like it. It's laid back and get on anytime. To me, it doesn't do any good. You got a great course, but it's not run well. There are too many members, and you can't get a tee time. You're just hoping that it's 100 degrees, so nobody's out there, or it's 40 degrees. That's not golf. That's not a good way to play.
No.
Eric in the Central West End. Steve, why did you let Doug take so much vacation?
For heaven's sake!
We tried.
I had a bunion.
We tried to clear that up. We really, we tried.
Well, the other reason was because Jody runs the show, and I wasn't going to take on Jody.
Okay. No. But this bunion, I'm telling you, that hurt. I was in a wheelchair with that damn thing. But I got it fixed now, thanks to the toe separator. I got what I wanted.
Well, yeah. So you haven't ducked out on your radio partners because your toes were squeezed by shoes that were too tough.
I'd crawl here if I had to, because journalism is in my blood.
Yeah. Well, and so apparently as you approach your 80s, you're getting tougher in life.
Well, tougher than a nickel steak.
Did Steve ever go through McKernan's browse history at Camel V or Doug's? If so, who would have been doing more time, McKernan or Vaughn, with their computer browses?
You know the answer to that.
I think he's not here today.
I didn't go through his browser history, but there were some people at KMOV who I think did in management.
I'm not sure if you're kidding there.
Not yours. I'm talking about Tim.
No, I think he's not kidding about that either.
No,
What is that? It's your feet.
They didn't go. Tim would never do that. But I'll tell you what they did do at some point is they kept listening to a show, and they'd call me up, and I'd say, and Tim and I have talked about this. We talked about this on his podcast. He just, he was talking about some things they weren't comfortable with. And I said, this has got nothing to do with me. I'm not his boss. I run the sports department. I wasn't Tim's boss. I wasn't Vaughn's boss, But, look, it all worked out great for Tim. He's done really, really well, and he's doing the last 20 years what he's supposed to do. But he would have had a great career in TV news. He was very young in the business, but his first job was in Little Rock. Vaughn and I would have loved our friend Martin Rhinelander, right? I think we all would have loved our first job to be in Little Rock.
Yeah, in the TV market world, that's a pretty good starting spot, Little Rock, Arkansas.
Much better start. And we knew that he was going to be very good, and obviously he proved himself very, very quickly at our place.
Well, and to your point, I had a relatively new boss, and he calls me into his office, and he said, hey, I caught a little bit of that morning radio show you're on, and I immediately thought, oh, God, dear God.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, yeah, they said that you got a bunch of Asian boys locked up in the basement. And I said, oh, that's a joke that Jim Hayes started a while back, and it just won't go away. And he goes, yeah, I don't really know if I want my sports director known for having Asian boys locked in the basement. Oh. I said, well, it's like a running joke. He goes, yeah, is there any way to get rid of that joke? And I said, no, now that if I mention this, Hayes will do it 10 times per show. So I can only imagine the calls.
I had a moment like that, too. We had a new news director, and I got called in, and he said, I'm kind of new around here, but I'm hearing that you had a threesome with a couple of porn stars. I said, what?
Oh, my God.
Absolutely not true. I said, okay, I was hoping it wasn't.
It was on the text line.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that's what we deal with.
That's what we deal with.
Lady and her husband come up and asked me to join him in the pool.
And they said, who's bigger in Springfield, Iggy or Ned Reynolds? I don't know if you can settle this once and for all, Steve.
Iggy or Ned Reynolds?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Iggy, I think, got sideways down there with Ned Reynolds at some point.
There's very little question who came out on top of that.
Right.
Very, very little question. All respect to Iggy, love the guy, but no. Ned, as I said, Ned Reynolds is king of Springfield, Missouri.
Evil Calvin wants you to know his brother went to Parkway North with you. Well, we've talked about this. There's a retired jersey for Sevy out there at Parkway North. Might need a little paint job, but that's okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you keep bringing that up, Mark.
Why?
I mean, it's there's budget problems in school districts these days. I mean, if I got to go, you know what I do? I tell you, one of my first tasks when I get back to St. Louis is I'm going to go paint that damn thing.
How about that? See, look at what Doug. We get stuff done on this show.
Yeah.
How about that?
You want something done, you do it yourself around here.
And a lot of textures about the golf, and there's great golf down there. Sevy, great to catch up. We'll see you back in town. We'll hear on the Big 550 and get you back over. We get you over here, and then I would love a deep dive on the McKernan, the management, and the morning grind, because I can kind of, I've got a little PTSD from those days myself, from management side.
Oh, yeah, you'll be able to, but Tim's got to be there to confirm the story.
For sure.
Steve would be a good voice for the TMA Combine. He could kind of host that for us.
Oh, Kurt has an idea that our listeners should do a combine, and I said I don't think it would go well.
Not the listeners, the host and the producers.
Oh, we're going to do the combine?
You mean like an athletic combine?
Yeah, we could do bench press and vertical leap and maybe a little bit of what's that test they take?
I'm just trying to walk straight with this bunion.
The Wonderlick test.
Oh,
would you want to come host that?
Well, you got a host that missed time in TV news because his shoes were too tight.
They were, but I'm really tight, really too narrow. Oh, that hurt. Goodness.
You imagine that?
Yeah. Listen, I'd be happy to help out. That sounds very, very interesting.
I don't know if he means that, but all right, Sevy, always great to talk to you. Steve Savard, soon to be moving back to St. Louis. Thanks, Steve.
All right, we'll see you.
See you guys.
Shoes that were too tight. Undone.
Oh, gosh. I got to wear wider shoes now. Have you ever done that? You know how your toes are supposed to stick straight out. Sometimes if your shoes are too tight, that big toe will get pushed over towards the middle, and that causes the bunion. Oh, my God, did that hurt. Oh.
What is that? It's your feet?
Yes, it's my foot. Gosh, that hurt. And the doctors couldn't fix it. Some guy heard me complaining about it on the radio, and he says, hey, I'm a track coach. I've seen this before. You got to get those rubberized toe separators. That'll fix it. I said, well, it's worth a try. So I went to Walgreens. I got them. I'll be darned if it didn't almost fix it overnight.
Have you ever had a pedicure?
No.
Would you?
No.
You're missing out.
KG, where's the podcast? That's from Mud Flingies. You're kind of busy.
I just put up segment or hour one during the Savard interview. That should be popping up on your podcast platform any second now. So take that.
Okay.
Take that. That's from Mud Fingies. Barstool did their own combine a few years ago. That's from the 636. I could get Steve on to Berry Hill anytime he wants. That's from Hoosier
up
Daddy.
there in Bridgeton. Mm-hmm.
Offering up golf for Sevy Savard. All right, a lot of text to get to. We'll keep an eye on that. It is the 9 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. The show is presented by Brown & Crouppen, and we have a Design Air email of the day. That's how we close out each show, designairservice.com, their website for all your air conditioning needs all summer long. Whenever it's not working properly, you know what to do. Go to the pros at Design Air. One of the great places to work as well. They've won a lot of those awards for employee satisfaction, so that's a great combination. If the employees are happy and the customers are happy, you roll it into one, you got a great operation. So any HVAC needs year-round, there's only one spot. DesignerService.com, longest-running TMA sponsor, more than a century now. Well, not sponsoring TMA for more than a century, but they've been in this market for more than a century, all about heating, cooling, comfort inside your home. When you have issues, make sure you go online and set up an appointment, even if it's just a tune-up or an entire replacement. Either way, designerservice.com is the place to go. We've got plenty more to do. Patty Maroon, a little visit with him in the 10 o'clock hour. Arbor Day was mad. He said, I love Marty, but the guests are all from the 2000s. And that's probably somewhat true. Patty Maroon just retired from the NHL. We'll hear from him. We've got a clearing the deck in the 10 o'clock hour.
I'm really looking forward to that.
KG's got some spicy material. Always has spicy.
The smut hour.
It can't be too smutty or spicy.
I'm aware, Doug.
Go easy, son.
I'm aware.
Pace yourself. More of TMA brought to you by Brown & Crouppen next.
Get social with 101 ESPN. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, Threads, Blue Sky, and YouTube at 101 ESPN.
Dents Express, St. Louis's leaders in hail damage repair. Call 636-227-5050.
Schnucks, the place to go for all your grocery needs year-round, but especially when you're stocking up for the 4th of July. They've got a great butcher department. Every single Schnucks has a friendly butcher you can talk to with some ideas. Maybe you want to get a little creative on the grill this year. Talk to the butcher directly. And throughout the store, you're going to save money because they have knocked down the prices on more than 2,000 items. They just kept adding to that list. We started to read some of them to you, some of your favorite items. It just got to be too long of a list. They're not on sale. Those are marked down prices. In addition to that, you have a digital shelf tag, which will tell you about other savings that are taking place. If you've got the Rewards app, you already know that you're saving money every time you check out. They'll ask you want to use your points. Save $10, save $20. You can build it up as long as you want. There was a lady, they told me, that would build it all year and then would get to Thanksgiving, would go in there and spend like $300, $400. And she got it for free because she saved her points year-round. It's all one of the benefits of having that Rewards app. You can also use that for delivery or pickup for your groceries. Your neighborhood Schnucks for all your shopping needs.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, St. Louis, are you ready to have an out-of-this-world experience? Well, the future of convenience has landed. Rocket Convenience Stores are now open. Get ready to fuel your day with hot, fresh coffee, cold drinks, and quick bites for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All topped up with their signature RKT snacks from St. Charles to Fenton, Wood River to Columbia, and everywhere in between. Let Rocket help launch your day. Fast, easy, and convenient. Hurry over to your neighborhood St. Louis Rocket Convenience Store.
Is your home, business, or church looking tired, chalky, or in need of curb appeal? Go Rhino. Tired of painting year after year? Go Rhino. Our unique 3M ceramic technology is perfect for brick, stucco, aluminum, steel, color lock masonite, and more. It's backed by our 25-year transferable warranty to not chip, crack, or peel. Great if you're staying, and even better if you're selling. Our ceramic coating allows you to maintain all of your architectural features. The decision to do vinyl will leave your home looking like a plastic moldy box. With Rhino Shield, in 15 years, your home will still have that, wow, it looks like you just got it painted. We've done large condo complexes, parking garages, pole barns, and commercial strip malls. We coat sloped and flat roofs to extend their lives too. Evaluations are free. 877-25-RHINO or 877-25rhino.com. See what we did there? Genius. Tell them, ladies.
Don't paint, don't vinyl, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Jamie Rivers here. Did you know Warren Buffett and Bill Gates invest in U.S. farmland? There's a reason. Steady returns, long-term growth, and real stability no matter what the market is doing. AgVest has helped leading financial institutions manage over $900 million in farmland deals and is licensed in 10 states. If you own farmland, AgVest can help maximize its value with full-service management. Invest smart. Call AgVest founder Chris Bronner at 618-520-7022 or visit agvestadvisors.com. Buy land. They're not making it anymore.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
We love to celebrate the 4th of July with family, friends, food, and fireworks. Please be safe this Independence Day weekend and don't drink and drive. From your friends at Kaufman Townsley, St. Louis's injury lawyers.
101 ESPN has your chance to win free tickets to Chris Stapleton with special guest Brittany Spencer on Friday night, July 11th at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. Find all the ticket details and find that chance to score free tickets for Chris Stapleton right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. Powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Now, what is this?
Tony Braxton.
Tony Braxton.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He wasn't man enough.
Okay, we're off the theme at this point.
Yeah, I've been running around a little bit in the breaks.
Okay.
Didn't really have much time to... It was a banger. What's your favorite Tony Braxton song?
I don't know. I guess this one. I don't know. When you suffered from a bunion 20 years ago, you know, you don't have a lot of favorite songs still. You're just trying to survive.
What exactly is a bunion?
It's when you stretch a ligament on your toe. It's not a wart or anything like that. It's just a stretching of a ligament beyond where it's supposed to stretch, so it becomes sore and inflamed and that kind of thing.
Is that a new text inbox, Doug's Bunion?
Well, it could be.
It's available.
My God, did that thing hurt. Oh, gosh.
You can keep changing your text name until next Wednesday, Jackson will be back. Tim is out today. We reviewed that. Jackson's out today. Somebody earlier was saying, Kurt, you're having a terrible day, just go home. And I'm like, no, don't go anywhere.
No.
One mishap or two, one story or two, and it gets a little embellished on this show, Doug. I don't know if you've noticed that over the years.
Well, it tends to happen, yeah.
When did you first realize? So you joined the show in 2007.
I think that's
When did you realize it's just pure nonsense? Day one or
day one? Yeah.
Oh, day one. Okay.
Yeah. I showed up that day in crutches.
Was that during the bunion phase?
No, that was...
It's just always something with you, isn't it?
It really is.
Falling apart.
That was from the softball injury, from the Achilles tendon that came off. Oof. Yeah.
From the 618, Kurt's music choice really makes me appreciate Jackson. Oh, no. So some appreciation for Jackson.
That's why I played it.
That's one of your goals?
Yeah, kind of reverse psychologizing these idiots.
That first station when I was with the show was above the sex shop there in...
1380.
Yeah, on the landing. And you had to walk up this steep flight of stairs.
Yes.
And I was in crutches, just trying to survive the walk from my car to the station. Then crossing past the sex shop, in crutches, up the steps, fell... trying to get up the steps in crutches. Of course, the elevator didn't work. Fell, legs akimbo. I'm dying with my Achilles tendon, lying next to a sex shop. I'm thinking, what the hell am I doing?
Crutches and
what have I gotten myself into?
Crutches and cobblestone don't seem like they'd go together real well.
No.
And you weren't really sure if you were going to have all of your car windows intact when you got done with your shift.
Which is true. Yeah, they broke through McKernan's car when we were there.
The charm of the cobblestone and the landing back in the day, everybody used to go to Harpo's probably when you were, even when you were younger, Kurt, it had probably passed. Sundecker's was a huge spot.
Good burgers there.
I feel like the marquee still says, I think it still says Sundecker's on there, but that was the spot for a long time, especially young people. Mississippi Nights, a lot of great bands played at Mississippi Nights, but the charm of the cobblestone is immediately lost when you try and drive your car one block on it or try and walk after being oversurfed.
Especially if you're a girl or a guy wearing heels. I can't tell you how many times.
Because it is 2025.
Right.
A guy or a girl.
How many bachelorettes in heels do you think lost an ankle to that cobblestone?
A lot. Every time I tried to feel pretty and wear heels down there, I'd get caught.
Didn't Jim Hayes have an issue with trying to drive his car down there through some standing water?
He got stuck in the river. Yeah. He almost lost his car to the old man river.
That would be terrifying if you got swept up and you were shooting down the Mississippi.
He tried to drive through a little flood water, and I guess the water, once it gets into your exhaust pipe, it shuts the car down, and that's what happened. And he was afraid that it was going to sweep his car right on down to New Orleans. But it didn't. They got him out. They towed him out in time.
If you got in like a little canoe and hopped on the river there by Lumiere, could you find your way down? Would that take you down to New Orleans? Is that feasible?
Eventually you'd get to New Orleans.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do that.
You wouldn't have to find your way.
Jim White, we've talked about the big bumper. He would go on a cruise down the river.
I can't believe there's a whole lot to see. I imagine the scenery is pretty much the same. The whole trip down, isn't it?
Apple butter.
I would do it.
I think I would do it too.
There are actual bigger boats that do the cruise, and it goes up to the Twin Cities. You're going upstream. Yeah. I would do it. Maybe not the first thing on the list. Guys, Morgan Street was always hopping.
Yeah, it was.
618.
Yeah.
There was a place I used to go to in my fake ID days. I think it was called Rum Jungle. Had a couple of nights at Rum Jungle. I haven't been down to the landing probably since you guys left 1380 when I came to pick up one of my Fox robots or Mizzou rocking chairs.
Are there still some bars and restaurants that do good business down there?
The old spaghetti factory is still going strong.
Is it really?
I think they get a lot of bus business. They look at large groups will come.
Tour group goes to see the arch. Maybe they swing through the old spaghetti factory. I had a friend come in town from out of town not long ago, and they hadn't really spent a whole lot of time in St. Louis, and they were adamant that they had no interest in going up in the arch, which I found great because I had no interest in going up in the arch either.
Have you ever been up there?
It's been a while, but yeah.
You've done it.
Yeah.
I think
you have to do that.
You have to do it. I don't think my kids have done it. I don't.
Why not? And they don't have bunions either.
No. And now I've got a little hint of claustrophobia. Like when I was at Chairman Steve's balcony last week, I had a hint of fear of heights where I was holding that balcony. I had to hold on to like a chair, just something to hold on to. I don't know if I can get into that little space capsule to go to the top of the arch. Maybe I'll take the steps, Doug.
You'd fit.
Well, I don't think it's a fitting issue. I think it's more of a mental issue.
Doug looks at me and goes, I think you'll fit.
You're down under 400 now, aren't you?
I would venture a guess that a person or two that's a little bigger than Martin has probably been up in the arch before.
Looks to me like I'm Jabba the Hutt, and I'm like, I was saying the claustrophobia.
They've got shoehorns that they can get you in there.
All of a sudden, I'm Orson Welles trying to get to the top of the arch.
Now, I think I probably already know the answer to this, but is there a set of stairs in case one of those...
Oh, yeah, you used to be able to walk up.
I was going to say, if you get up there and there's a malfunction,
yes,
they got to have a way to get you down safely.
Because when it first opened, it was a thing where you could walk up to. You could walk up if you wanted. And supposedly it would take an hour or something. You have to be in great shape. But they shut that off. You can't do that anymore, as far as I know.
Eric in Central West End has multiple things to say. Nobody cares that Libby Jack is out today. Show definitely evolved once the listeners became sexually interested in Doug. Rum Jungle was lit.
There were several bars down there that were the happening places in St. Louis.
Lucius Boomers. There's another big one.
Yep.
I got kicked out of the Rum Jungle on my 21st birthday, went there, and the Jive and Wail, the good old days. That's from the 314. A lot of these are, today's texters are just numbered texts as opposed to.
My neck was hurting. So I said, I think I'm going to go sing somewhere.
The great Rich Gould, who a texter yesterday said Rich is getting his pool fixed today. And I texted Uncle Rich, and he sends me a picture. And it's a pool that's all one piece being dropped into the ground. He's got video of it on a crane swinging over his backyard.
Yeah.
There was some wild zoo, maybe it was a zebra or something of that nature that got loose not long ago, and there was video. I guess they picked it up in a helicopter with some sort of crane-like thing and was flying it back to where it came from. Did you see that, Doug?
No, in St. Louis is a
No, it wasn't in St.
zebra.
Louis.
If you did see that, you would think you were on acid. You're like, there's a zebra.
That's what I thought when I
flying.
saw the two-headed woman at the music festival that time. I thought, surely this is the drugs.
Hold on.
Oh.
Was there a two-headed woman?
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't know if I can wrap. I was going to say wrap my head.
It was like one body, but then like right here out of the side of the neck, like where a goiter might be, there was a second head.
Oh, my God.
They've been in like pop culture-y type stuff. They've been on like the daytime talk shows.
Yeah.
They were elementary school teachers, but unsettling to say the least when you're just trying to enjoy some Sam Hunt and there's a two-headed person dancing the night away in front of you.
What a tragic way to have to go through life. Started as
and
twins.
you thought you were hobbled with a bunion.
I'm going to stop complaining about the bunion.
Suck it up, Vaughn.
Okay.
The Dirt Water Fox was a bar. Okay.
Yeah, now we're just naming bars.
From the landing, I think. I live in St. Peter's, Doug. I used to love the 4th until I moved out to Hilljack country. Everyone buys as much fireworks as their maxed out Capital One will allow them to blow these hillbilly sticks up all hours of the evening, while my little fat-ass 14-pound dog, Freddie, hates it. Therefore, I hate my neighbors. But go America. That's from B.
He lights up a dart and tells a tale of inbreeding.
Tells a tale of inbreeding.
It would probably do us all good not to have private fireworks. If it was just, you could go see them, of course, when it's run by professionals. But think of how many injuries and things it would prevent if they outlawed that. I know it's been a staple for 100 years or more, but it's probably not the right thing to do.
I'm a little surprised that that's your take.
Well, I'm safety first. You kidding me? After the bunion scare?
That's true.
Because people are always getting hurt.
Somebody in the St. Louis area is going to lose a digit this weekend.
It'll be more than one somebody, too.
Friend of the show, Mr. Siders, Marty, my uncles are as fat as you. My uncle's as fat as you, and he's been up the arch 15 times.
So you can get in.
So no, the question was about claustrophobia.
Have you thought about a low-fat diet?
Vinzini says, I was on the arch halfway up, the tram broke, had to walk down those steps. They do have a little stairwell off to the side.
Oh, yeah.
There. People are still texting in.
I went there back as a kid when they connected the two sides. They dropped the last piece in.
Oh, you were there for that?
Yeah.
Somebody, I think that's what a texter was asking about. But we don't have time. Where'd the time go? We're flying here. We'll get into the Cardinals getting swept by the Pirates, and then we'll get you ready for the series in Chicago. Cardinals are lined up well. They've got Miles Michaelis ready to pitch on Friday, and Eric Fetty on Sunday Night Baseball, so the whole world can see. Nobody's playing better than the Cardinals except the Pirates, who just swept them 3 straight. Some Blues talk as well. Clearing the deck, Pat Maroon, all still to come. It's the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen.
The The Spread Zone, where sports betting meets reckless optimism, questionable logic, and the occasional stroke of genius. With hosts Anthony Stalter, Tim McKernan, and Scott Rizzuto. Check out the latest from The Spread Zone at 101ESPN.com or the 101 mobile app. The Spread Zone is brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more.
Family fun is waiting at Holiday World and Splash and Safari. Get tickets at holidayworld.com.
Hi, this is Corey with Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation. If your cooling system hasn't been checked to be ready for the heat, call Air Comfort Service. AC checks keep your equipment operating at maximum efficiency, prevent repairs, and extend the life of your equipment. With over 50 years of award-winning service, you can trust Air Comfort Service to properly take care of your cooling system. Stay in your comfort zone with a cooling system check from Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation. Visit aircomfortservice.com. That's aircomfortservice.com.
This is Jay Delsing, and my show Golf with Jay Delsing can be heard right here on 101 ESPN, Sunday mornings from 8 to 10. And it's brought to you by CGI. That's Golf with Jay Delsing, heard every Sunday morning right here on 101 ESPN.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
If you get hurt because of somebody else's carelessness, it's not right. The pain, the suffering, the medical bills, the lost wages. We get you justice. We get you fairness. We get you paid for the inconvenience and pain that you suffer. We care about you, and we will get you every dollar you deserve, no matter what. We're Brown and Crouppen.
These hailstorms have done a number on your roof. Call me Billy Berry. I'm the roofing man. My phone number is 636-294-7663. I've been doing roofs all over St. Louis for decades. I'd be honored to do your roof. I'm locally owned and operated. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
I'm your roofing man. My name's Billy. Call me now.
Berry Construction Storm Repair. 636-294-7663.
Or BerryGoodRoof.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guys in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
James Carlton State Farm is a company that's easy for me to endorse. I've known James for years, going back to his young whippersnapper days, interning on a sports program with us. Do your family, do yourself a favor. See how much they can save you today by going online to carltoninsurance.net.
101 ESPN has your shot to score tickets to Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul.
With special guest, DaBaby, on July 21st at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater.
Find all the details and a chance to win free tickets for Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app, powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
$9:53 on this Thursday here. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. It's the morning after TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen, 9 o'clock hour here, winding down. Brought to you by Mark Hanna from Evergreen Wealth Strategies, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt at the controls. Jackson, Tim both out. Jackson's back Monday, and Tim is gone all next week. I think it's the family vacay with his entire family, including his mom and dad, sisters, brothers, the whole gang. I wanted to get into the Cardinals because they've got the Cubs. Cardinals are struggling, to say the least. Shut out 3 straight. They are missing Nolan Arenado. He's got a finger issue. Contreras got hit in the hand. Herrera's out for a couple of weeks. But still, you would think, though, you just would think, you'd happen into a run. Somebody might, in 3 games, somebody might accidentally hit a home run. Somebody might get a double, and then there'll be a wild pitch, and then there's a sac. Not a single run.
You had a guy thrown out at the plate. That's pretty close.
Had a guy thrown out at the plate twice in the game on Tuesday night, right? Fermin was out. Contreras was out. So the Cardinals go to Chicago. They're trying to rest up a little bit. And somebody said I was fluffing the DeWitts or whatever. I said, I think I was joking when I said nobody's playing better than the Cardinals. And now the Cubs are 5 up. They play tonight. The Cubs have a 5-game lead over the Cardinals. So even if they lose tonight, you're 4.5 back going into what we thought at the beginning of the week was going to be a more, not monumental because it's still relatively early in the season, but 3 games at Wrigley, day game. It's on Apple TV tomorrow, Doug. Are you ready for the complaints?
Well, I don't know. I don't like it
It's on
much.
Apple on Friday. You can head on up there.
That Pirates series was a good reminder that you can't ever look at an upcoming schedule and say, well, there's a few wins there. We'll beat them, and they're a last-place team. Even if you're a last-place team, you're still going against Major League players. It may not be a great collection all on one team, but they still have guys that could play for any team in baseball and can beat you if you're not on your game.
Hell's they on scholarship?
Hell, they's on scholarship, too.
Yeah.
Even a last-place team can jump up and bite and beat anybody.
It is true. It's usually a pitcher that'll do it or set the tone. But the Paul Skeens thing was interesting because he only went 5 innings. They had a chance to win that game for sure. The Fetty game, the opening game, they just sort of said, all right, we're losing. He's in the tank. And he's pitching Sunday at Wrigley. I don't know what the win looks like Sunday night, Doug, if you have that in front of you. But I'm concerned about an Eric Fetty start at this point in general.
Yeah.
And now specific to Wrigley Field. So Cards Cubs over the weekend. The Blues did sign. I've heard it as Puis Suter. Puis Suter. You just said Puis, almost like a Peter Sellers line. Puis Suter. Some people earlier on were correcting me. Nonetheless, he's a centerman. They gave him $4 million per year. Seems like a good deal in the current market. 25 goals last year for Vancouver. Interesting story. He was undrafted, but made the Blackhawks 5 years ago. Switzerland guy. So they've gone and kind of quietly. Doug, you like all the names they've added. Logan Mailloux.
They're difficult names.
Logan Mailloux, Puis Suter. And who's the other guy? Nick Bustad was the other guy?
Yeah.
So you wanted him to add a Jones or a Smith.
Johnson, I can say Johnson. I can say, Jackson.
Click that off.
Things like that.
Because on the sports you'll be doing tonight on Channel 4, you don't want to get it wrong.
No.
I purposely have omitted that from my Sports Center updates.
Puis Suter.
Because you don't want to say it wrong?
Mm-hmm.
I remember when they played, he scored against the Blues. I remember hearing the name and at the time trying to get it right. Nonetheless, they've been busy bolstering the roster. Maybe not altogether sexy moves, but
Suter, not exactly a household name. I won't say his first name or even attempt. But he did score 25 goals last year. That's more than Bolduc had.
Yeah.
Bolduc has got, a big upside. But it looks like you've been able to replace that production and added this defenseman by trading Bolduc that's got this extremely high upside. So I think the Blues are probably pretty happy with the way things have turned out.
And Nicoletti is on waivers, so a team could claim him. I think that's what the Blues are hoping, but if not, we'll see what happens as they sort that out, Doug. So there's your sports calendar. We talked a lot earlier about the U.S. win, mostly about the sport of soccer in the U.S. because they beat Guatemala 2-1 to reach the Gold Cup final that's Sunday against Mexico. It's the CONCACAF Gold Cup. The crowd at Energizer Park on Wednesday night, largely the Guatemalan fans, like a huge percentage. They said, in fact, my colleague Kevin Ryan said it was 2-0 U.S., and he said the building was dead until Guatemala scored.
Really?
In the 80th minute, the place came to life because there were so many fans here from Guatemala, which led to a whole discussion about the sport of soccer. Doug's fireworks take has got people really fired up. They're calling you a commie now, Doug.
Doesn't feel so good, does it?
Well, I don't care. I'm worried about
no
people's
fun when
safety.
the rabbit's got the gun.
I know. I don't want fireworks blowing up in my face.
Grimy
Again,
stuff.
if it's done by the professionals, great. It's fun. It's fun to go to a park somewhere and see all that. That's great. But I'm saying individualized fireworks, it just seems like a real problem just waiting to happen.
Grimy from South County. I loaded up on fireworks this year. The cops don't mind them down Lee May Way. Why do you hate America, Doug? That's from Dave and Mo Fallon.
That was really my baseline point. Is that
You hate
an
America.
Anti-American stance.
Right.
Rusty Shackelford, commie Doug. What about all the lost fingers, Doug? That's from the 816.
That's what I'm worried
you're
about.
saying. Doug, cigarettes aren't illegal. Fireworks shouldn't be either. That's from the 314.
Well,
come on, Vaughn. Stop being a miser. That's from the South City Power Hoosier.
A miser means I don't want to spend money. That's got nothing to do with the danger of fireworks.
Safety ass Karen.
Ouch.
That's a great text name. Stop ruining America. That's from the 314. However, I absolutely agree.
I'm hurt over here. I just got nicked.
What was that 2 texts ago you read?
Safety ass Karen.
Safety ass Karen. I needed a title of the segment.
That might be, just give them that name so we always know that they coined the phrase. I absolutely agree with Doug. If we banned private fireworks, just imagine how many more fingers Jason Pierre-Paul would have right now.
At least one.
So that's a football fan.
Yeah. He wishes they were outlawed.
Angry Dan said, "This is America, Doug. Survival of the fittest."
Well, so does that mean we should all just go out and shoot people too? Shoot guns in the air? Because, hey, it's legal. You can have a gun. It's America.
Geez, Doug, tell us you're un-American without saying it. No fireworks? What a joke.
Doug, I did a quick Google search, and I know you don't necessarily always trust the AI overview answer.
No, I don't.
Ever since the left-handed outfield thing.
Right, that's right.
But if we're to believe this, what would be your guess of total sales in fireworks? And this is from 2023, so keep that in mind. But how much in fireworks sales?
Around the country?
This is according to the American Pyrotechnics Association, so it's got to be true.
Oh, around the country?
More than that?
Oh, billions. So I would say if each state sold 100 million, right, that would get you to I can't do the math, but I'd say 2 billion.
2.7 billion.
Million?
God.
Billion. Billion. Oh, yeah. That's
just
crazy.
up in smoke.
Literally, you're just burning money at that point.
For a 1 second thrill.
I thought Doug was a libertarian or something. My fingers, my choice.
Safety ass Karen, is that what they called me?
Safety ass Karen. Right City Haw said, "Shut up. We're free to do such things as light our own fireworks. Should we outlaw driving just to stop accidents?" You've touched a nerve, Doug. This is great for the 10 o'clock hour where we clear the deck.
Okay.
Gaping holes.
It just seems like such an incredible waste of money.
Fluffernutter's fan page moderator. My father-in-law is an ER doctor, says the 4th of July is always the busiest day of the year. That would be miserable. Because you want to help. If you're an ER doctor, you want to help people. Oh, my gosh, what terrible thing happened. And then you find out, I lit off a brick of bottle rockets, and I didn't realize they were all stuck together, and I put it under my armpit, and it blew off.
Because that was going to be so cool.
And I ask this as a person who drives a gas-powered car to and fro every day. But all the fireworks can't be great for the environment, right?
Like the smoke in the air, you mean?
Speaking of.
I wouldn't think it's great.
As we were talking, the fire alarm, the smoke alarm's going off.
So
you know what? I think that's a good time.
To wrap it up.
Yeah.
KG's like, let's wrap it up. We are in that 10 o'clock hour. We got the Design Air email today. That's coming right at the end of the show. Email in, and you could win a prize. I think we actually have Adam Sandler tickets, too.
We do.
Pat Maroon reflecting on his career, all to come here on TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
One thing about Collier and Thompson, and this is the important part, is this is a company you can trust. It's hard to know who you can trust and be in your home and who's going to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available to you, and this has been going on in St. Louis since the 1950s. That's when Collier and Thompson started, and now they are the #1 remodeling place in St. Louis. They just do fantastic work. Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, right next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
The magic only happens once, then it is gone. That is the true essence of life. The experience, the magic, the spirit. Not on a screen or a phone or an app. Live in the moment, in the flesh. You are cordially invited to El Monstero. Bear witness as El Monstero recreates the power and the majesty of Pink Floyd. Experience the phenomenon again. Be fearless. This is your time. El Monstero. Together with special guest, Blue Oyster Cult. Saturday, August 2nd at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Ready for instant curb appeal that comes with a 25-year transferable warranty? Call Rhino Shield today. We do brick, block, stucco, asbestos, aluminum, steel, cedar, and more. Over the past 20 years, we've done thousands of homes, businesses, churches, schools, condos, parking garages, large metal buildings, and strip malls, from Champaign to the Lake of the Ozarks. We do flat and sloped metal roofs to extend their lives too. Proud to be veteran-owned and manufactured in the good old USA. So we're tariff-free. We're exceeding expectations every day. Evaluations are free. A+ rated with the BBB and a lot of 5-star Google reviews. Call 877-25-RHINO, 877-25-RHINO, or 877-25rhino.com. See what we did there? Genius. Tell them, ladies.
Don't paint, don't Rhino, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Is your outdated AC unit chugging along like your old VHS player and having you feeling like you're stuck in a time warp? It's time to step into the future and bring your home into the 21st century. With the Air Alliance team, you'll get expert service, affordable prices, and a guarantee that'll keep you cool all summer long. Don't let your AC unit be more retro than mixtapes.
What's that?
To request an appointment, go online to airallianceteam.com. That's Air Alliance Team. Getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time.
We love to celebrate the 4th of July with family, friends, food, and fireworks. Please be safe this Independence Day weekend and don't drink and drive. From your friends at Kaufman Townsley, St. Louis's injury lawyers.
Sponsored by On the Run. For all things summer, it's on.
For all things summer, it's on at On the Run. Fresh food that hits the spot. All the drinks and snacks, and a car wash that shines. Your neighborhood On the Run is your stop for great food, drinks, quality fuel, and a clean ride. Summer is on at On the Run.
Blues hockey is on 101 ESPN.
Get the inside scoop on and off the ice with the Last Minute Blues podcast with Alex Ferrario, Jeremy Rutherford, and Donnie Fandango.
Blues opinion, talk, and speculation. It's what we do.
Watch or listen to the Last Minute Blues podcast on our YouTube channel or at 101ESPN.com. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Good news, basketball fans. Red Panda intends to be ready for next season. Falling off her unicycle at the Indiana Fever Minnesota Lynx game on Tuesday. She's got a broken left wrist. She's going to need a little further consultation with an orthopedic surgeon, but she should be back and better than ever. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See him at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
We're all okay, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a little smoke alarm. We left the studios here and working our way outside. Then we got back in time for it to have passed. Everyone's safe, which is what Doug was hoping this weekend. You were concerned.
I'm concerned a firework might have gone off and set off the fire alarm.
I would have to say, Doug, it did set something off. It called the text line here. You've been called a commie, a Nazi.
Karen.
Somebody said you're a fun Nazi. So there's that. Sorry, you hate America.
Yeah, well, I want Americans to be safer.
That's a good pro-American stance, Doug.
You wouldn't want your kids out there handling a whole bunch of dangerous fireworks,
That's
would
why you let your uncle
leave it
do
to the professionals.
After 12 Meisterbros.
Right.
Shoot Fetty into the sun. There's a return text from Colonel Angus. Text line has been active this day. Also, we're hoping you email in. It's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. We do that at the end of the show, and it's a great prize. If you happen to win, first of all, you get the bragging rights. So when you go to the family picnic this weekend, you say, hey, how's the email of the day on Thursday? In addition to that, you get tickets to see Adam Sandler. 101 ESPN has your shot to get these 2 tickets to see Adam Sandler, the concert, coming up Friday, October 17th at Enterprise Center. Tickets available now. They're on sale. All the details and a bonus chance to win free tickets. All of this is at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. So a chance to find out more about free tickets, but we can tell you for sure. Email in the Design Air email of the day, brought to you obviously by Design Air. I don't have enough time, I think, Doug, to read all of the texts that are angry with you.
Well, you don't have to.
Some are
necessarily.
probably. That's a good point.
But speaking of Design Air, though, this is going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We're going to let Tim tell us a little bit about Design Air and get that live read out of the way, and we get to hear Tim.
And Cooling is the sponsor of our email of the day on TMA, and they are also the longest-running sponsor on the morning after. Martin is a client, Doug is a client, and I am a client. And we are clients because we know that when we have any issues with our heating and cooling system, we can count on Design Air Heating and Cooling. All you have to do is go to designairservice.com. They pride themselves on 2 main things. They are going to get to you fast, and they are going to fix it with no upselling. And that gives you peace of mind as a customer. Sure, you want it fixed, but inside of your home, you don't want to be sold on some kind of deal you don't need. Well, you can count on Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com.
From the 618, I suspect that they mean Doug is a Nazi against fun. So like against fun.
Nazi.
Oh, you're the fun. Okay, I may
Nazi.
have misinterpreted what they intended. Somebody said they went into the dispensary to get their holiday weekend loaded up for the holiday weekend, come out, and Doug's still on fireworks. No, Doug's not. The text line is. We can mix it up, though. This was a visit I had on the TV side, Fox 2, with Pat Maroon, who recently announced his retirement. So he's living in the Tampa area, obviously back in St. Louis all the time. Maybe going to do some media work. He was on the TNT panel. He's always been on Spittin' Chicklets, so not sure what's next for him. But Pat Maroon, a conversation about his career, the Blues winning the Stanley Cup, a kid from Oakville making it to the league, playing for a long time, and then winning 3 Stanley Cups. Our visit with Pat Maroon starts with Pat talking about being retired.
It does feel strange a bit because you're trying to figure out what's the next chapter in your life. And right now it's tough. It's the off season for the NHL, so it hasn't really clicked in yet. But I have been struggling a bit knowing that, I'm not going back into the grind of playing back in the NHL.
We just got through the Stanley Cup Finals. Do you watch that differently since you've done it and won it 3 times? Can you kind of relate as they're going through it? I'm just wondering, as somebody who's won it that many times, when you watch a Cup Final, are you nostalgic even a little bit for your Game 7s and your series wins?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what Florida's done the last 3 years has been remarkable. I always tune into all those Stanley Cup Final games, and I think for me, watching what Florida has done the past 3 years has been really remarkable in my eyes. And I had the opportunity to play with Tampa, and they went back-to-back, and obviously with St. Louis. But going to those Cup Finals is just a grind going once, but imagine going 2 or 3 times. And I think when you finish it and you get the pinnacle of your career, and then you get to the Stanley Cup Finals and you get to lift it over your head, there's nothing better.
So if I told the kid in Oakville, you're going to play 848 NHL games, or you're going to win 3 Stanley Cups, which one was less likely in your mind? Which would you have been less likely to believe?
None of them.
No.
But I think the Stanley Cups probably. I think just playing the NHL one was obviously a dream of mine my whole life. But being from Oakville, being from St. Louis myself, but it's not really. It wasn't a hotbed for hockey back in the day. So I would have said neither. But I think the more likely one would be playing in the NHL.
Playing in the NHL after playing for the Bandits. I remember covering you, and John Cooper was the coach out there in Chester. Chaser calls and says, get out there and cover these guys. And from the Bandits to get into the league, but you had to kind of claw a little bit too, right? So what are you most proud of when you think of it? I know winning the Cups, but just I would think the endurance for you and carving out a career.
Yeah, I think just carving it out and going through the mental grind. Never, satisfied, never, let myself, that's enough. I just always wanted to keep going, always wanted to put on the grind. And I always wanted to prove people wrong, kind of shove it up, but, people doubted me. And there's one thing that I'll always stick with is just I kept sticking with it. I always let the noise outside, just let the noise and let people talk. I was going to do the unfinished business myself. So that's what I did. I just stuck with it. I was a kid from South County that probably had no chance of playing the NHL, and people would always tell me that. And then I just stuck with it, and I believed in myself, and I put in the time and effort, and I worked hard at it. And if there's one thing, no regrets.
And then the summer of 2018, it had to be the dream come true, just signing with the Blues. And that's a huge offseason because O'Reilly and Perron and all of that happens. Give me that initial reaction. Oh, my gosh, I'm in the league, and now I get to play in my hometown. Outside of people bothering you for tickets, I would think that had to be...
I think more than tickets.
Okay. But when you had that chance, what did that mean, just even initially?
Well, just growing up watching the St. Louis Blues and my dad having season tickets and all of us kids going to the game and sitting on laps at the old arena where kids can go in for free. We had 2 tickets, and two would sit in the seat and the other 2 would lap on my dad. So I think just putting on the blue note and playing for St. Louis hockey and playing for the St. Louis Blues and the community and the organization itself, a kid that grew up watching them, I was nervous. I'm not going to lie. I was nervous, for the first time putting that jersey on, because there's going to be a lot of people from St. Louis probably judging you now if your performance and what you're doing on the ice, So, but I want to take it back, and I did it because I wanted to play for the Blues my whole life, and my son was here, and it was the best decision of my life.
And we all know there was ups and downs for the team, yourself, but you're still there. Then it's Game 7. You score one of the biggest goals in the history of the franchise. So it's one thing to say, oh, it's cool, I got to play for the Blues. But that moment, you go to a game, it's always been played on a loop. What does that mean to still have that as part of your legacy?
Yeah, I mean, the Game 7 goal was the biggest goal of my career. It gives me chills every time I see it. But I think just what we went through that whole year to get to the point where we ended up in that situation, to continue the grind, to everyone stepping up at the right time, to playing through injuries, to Jordan Binnington coming in from a guy that was a third-string goalie in the American League to a #1. Now he's an all-star. And I think just that whole thing that transpired in our whole season was great. And that goal was my line mates and, my teammates were a part of that. And without them, that goal doesn't happen, because it was kind of a crappy season for myself and the team. But, once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen, and, you just kind of change. And for me, it's a new season. And, that goal changed my life.
Did you have a moment where that season, maybe even your teammates, you said, this Binnington kid, he's pretty good. I remember he came up, he pitched a shutout. Even some Blues were like, well, let's just hold on. And they were like, well, he's pretty good. He just kept building. Was there a time when you said, I think we could win a cup with him?
The first game, 3-0 game against Philly. I mean, we felt his calmness and his demeanor, how he brought his swagger, he brought to the game, and how he, came into the locker room and he was full of confidence. And, a kid like that, it gives me chills, just a kid that was barely hanging on in the American League. Now he gets his finally opportunity, and he took advantage of it. Some kids can fold in that situation. He didn't. He he rose to the occasion, and he put everything and all of his confidence and swagger into himself that he was going to stick in the NHL, and he did.
Despite the disappointment, that Game 6, downtown's packed, ready to celebrate, doesn't happen. At the tarmac the next day out at Lambert, I remember everybody seemed fine. And Chief is like, yeah, we'll be all right. We'll be all right. And I was like, I don't know. It's on the road. It's Game 7. But I felt like all you guys, and there was an extra day in there, too, I think. It seemed like there was supreme confidence, even though on the road, having lost at a Game 6. Was that in the room, too,
Man,
that feeling?
I'll tell you the story. It was a crazy story because I remember when we first started the playoffs, Alex Steen told us in the beginning of the playoffs, we're going to win the Stanley Cup on the road. Right. And we get on the plane. It's Game 7. I sit next to Bozak, and it's O'Reilly and Steen. O'Reilly, Steen, Bozak, and myself. And we sit down. He goes, I told you boys we were going to win Game 7 at home, Game 7 on the road. And it was just kind of silent. And we had that, like, swagger and belief, like, we were meant to be a road team, you know? The way we grinded all year, the way we sacrificed to get where we needed to do to get to the playoffs. And it was just meant to be. And it's crazy that he knew that. And for me, when he said that, it just got dead silent. We started playing cards, and now it's back to business.
Was the Chiefs speech, we love playing, can't play it here, can't play it many places, but
you can't cuss here?
No, well, we can always beep it out later. But did it give you guys in the room chills, or like, holy smoke? He basically said, we're getting that cup, we're taking it home. I mean, it's unbelievable. Did you sense that energy there, too, from Chief?
We did. We had that belief system. I think just from the night before to the morning skate to, you know, walking to the rink, you know, to get ourselves ready to Chief's speech. I mean, we all felt it. I'm sure the coaches probably weren't telling us how they were feeling, but Chief had to find a way to get us going in that moment. And I thought his speech was unbelievable. I thought it was great. And he's the type of coach that fires you up, right? And when he says, we're taking that cup home tonight, boys, I mean, that moment, I think we all knew. We looked around. We were going to take that thing home back to St. Louis and celebrate with our fans because we laid an egg in Game 6.
And all of it comes full circle. You get to retire with Panger, of course, next year. You finish in Chicago. We don't hold that against you, but you get to do it at the Enterprise Center. That was a pretty cool ending, wasn't it?
It really was. And I want to thank the St. Louis Blues organization, Doug Armstrong, Alex Steen, you know, all the people, Mike Caruso behind the scenes. I had no idea they were doing that. You know, it was ironic. I told my mom, my wife and my dad on the way home, but I didn't think I was going to do it in St. Louis, but I was ready. And they were all kind of blindsided, so I do feel bad for that because I didn't tell them initially what I was doing, but I'm glad the St. Louis Blues did that because then it brought everyone there, and my family was in town, and what a great organization. Tom Stillman, you know, they didn't have to do that. And I was just an average player that loved the game of hockey. It was just a fun, loving guy that, you know, just loved to put my skates on and compete every single night. I'm not an all-star.
Was that how it ended?
Yeah.
My goodness, that editing wasn't great.
It was a poor edit point on my part.
Okay. All right, that was Pat Maroon, the pride of Oakville.
That 2019 run was still one of my favorite sporting runs ever with all the Cardinal baseball. I mean, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, probably the greatest 2 or 3, I don't know how long it went, from April to June, so every bit of 2-month stretch of watching sports that I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, and just so awesome and unique that between David Freese and Pat Maroon, a couple of local guys got to be heroes in the biggest possible moments in their backyards.
Yeah, so. You couldn't hardly script that. People wouldn't believe it if you wrote it out beforehand, but it happened just that way.
It did. All right, Doug, well, we're going to head to break here.
What are we doing now?
Come back, clear the deck a little bit.
All right.
You still got time to get your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, giving away 2 tickets to Adam Sandler, Martin at Onboarding, Tim and Jackson in the Hamptons. You got Doug Vaughn and Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Tomorrow, it's an MLB 4th of July doubleheader. Game 1, Mets and Yankees. Game 2, Padres and Rangers. Coverage starts at 1:30. The MLB plays on 101 ESPN.
Road trip? AC blowing hot? Take it to Telly. Now open in Baldwin on Manchester.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic St. Louis company. They were founded downtown in 1890, and they are on that same street today. They have a wonderful new building down there, same street that they started on in 1890. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and as a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas & Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
There's nothing more important than the look and feel of your home. So now's the time to make your home your retreat. Replace your tired old windows and doors with Marvin replacement products designed to improve comfort and efficiency. Fisher Window and Door Store, a reputable local company, will guide you through the entire replacement process. Their experts will help you make the right choice for your home, and they'll measure, design, and install your new windows and doors.
Hi, I'm Jim Fisher. Since 1941, the Fisher family has provided you with quality American-made building products, including Marvin Windows and Doors. Come visit one of our showrooms in Brentwood or East Alton, and let us help you increase the value of your home.
Bring that distinct sense of quality to every room with Marvin. Visit Fisher Window and Doors' huge, newly remodeled showroom in Brentwood, or Fisher Lumber in East Alton, Illinois. Quality and comfort starts at Fisher Window and Door. Online at fisherwindow.com.
Summer in St. Louis means one thing: Cardinals baseball. It's more than a game. It's an STL tradition. The crack of the bat, the roar of the crowd, the boom of the fireworks. It's the soundtrack to summer for Cardinals Nation. So grab your cap and glove and take your spot in the stands. Because in St. Louis, baseball is more than a melody. It's our favorite song. Hey, Cardinal fans, hydrate like a champ. Head to the ballpark Saturday, July 12th as the Cardinals take on the Braves. That day, 20,000 fans 16 and older score a City Connect tumbler courtesy of Coca-Cola and Quick Trip. Stay cool and sip in style all summer long with this 30-ounce stainless steel tumbler. Don't miss out on this fan-favorite giveaway. Grab your tickets today at cardinals.com/promotions.
This is Nolan Gorman, St. Louis Cardinals for the Lou.
Hey, listen, we've all been there. You hired a budget-friendly remodeler, and you got a half-finished kitchen, mystery charges, and a contractor who vanished like your kid's socks in the dryer. Your family deserves better. At Mosby Building Arts, they fix what the wrong guys messed up, but more importantly, they get it right the first time. Honest pricing, beautiful, practical design, and a team that treats your home like it's their own, even when you're not home. Because peace of mind shouldn't be a luxury. Call Mosby Building Arts, 314-909-1800, or call Mosby.com. Mosby Building Arts, the right remodeling company.
Fly into DQ today for a cosmic collision of flavors in their new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat for a limited time. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good.
101 ESPN has your chance to win free tickets to see Adam Sandler Friday night, October 17th at Enterprise Center. Find all the ticket details and find that chance to score free tickets for Adam Sandler right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app, powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is a feel-good one, Doug.
Yeah, this is appropriate for the day.
You know who this is?
Katy Perry.
Mm-hmm. You know the name of this one?
Fireworks?
God, you're on top of it today.
Well, this was a big hit just recently.
Yeah. Astronaut Katy Perry.
I don't think she's an astronaut.
You don't think so?
No, just because you fly above the atmosphere for, what was it, 20 minutes or whatever it was? I don't think that makes you an astronaut.
She's more of an astronaut than you and I will ever
Well,
be.
she is. I'll give her that. But she's less of an astronaut than guys who've gone through years of training and spend weeks in space, or months in the case of those two that got trapped up there.
Would you do what she did if you were presented the opportunity?
Probably so.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
I don't think we're probably that far off from space tourism being a thing.
I have no interest at all in flying to the space station and staying there for a week or so. Yeah. No interest in that. But just to get in a plane that can go that high, yeah, that'd be all right.
Yeah. You're listening to TMA, 10 o'clock hour. Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt with you. Martin Kilcoyne onboarding. Jackson Burkett, Tim McKernan, vacationing in the Hamptons. And we got about a half hour left, Doug, and we're going to get to the finish line.
Okay.
And I have a little something for us, a little fun with audio for this segment.
Okay.
We're going to, batting lead off here. I mentioned it earlier in the show. A listener sent this to me last night. It was on TikTok. And from what I gather, this is an older woman, a resident who went to a town hall or a city council meeting of some sort.
All right.
And chaos ensued.
Oh, no.
I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing, but there's a reason.
Ma'am, we're discussing the rezoning for the Portillos. Do you have any comments on that?
For what?
We're discussing the rezoning on 53rd for...
Well, I live on 63rd.
Again, we're here to hear comments about the rezoning.
Well, I don't like Facebook, and I don't like the internet because I can't find a job. The library blocked my password. Now tell me, does that make any sense to you?
Mm-mm.
I'm not quite sure why.
And then it cut out again. I assume a silver alert was put out at that point.
Is that for a missing old person?
Yeah.
Yeah, she seemed to be maybe 70s when I watched the video.
Oh, I was hoping older than that.
But, yeah, the opening line of it was one of my favorite things I've heard.
I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing.
Right. And how do you handle that if you're one of the aldermen or whoever is up there and you want to be respectful and polite to your elders, and yet you still got a program to get on with? That's tough.
And they said they were doing something with the Portillos on 53rd Street.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I live on 63rd.
Right. Just 10 streets down, I guess.
She doesn't like Facebook.
No.
Doesn't like the internet. The library blocked her password and she can't get a job.
So how did she even get up to the microphone? It was just open mic night at the city council meeting?
Yeah, it looked like one of those parts of the meeting where they maybe open it up to comments from the...
And she wandered up there.
Yeah. And the video zooms in on a gentleman behind her, and at one point when she starts rambling a little bit, he just puts his face in his hands and he realizes that tough situation for old Dot Light there.
I just wonder how they got the mic away from her. How you deal with that?
Yeah,
I'm very uncomfortable with that.
Well, we'll do one more piece of audio here, Doug, before we go on.
All right.
Do you want to hear from a woman who feels betrayed by her husband's behavior at a work party? Or do you want to hear a 12-year-old Mets fan find out that he's been selected to be part of the Mets KidCast, and he finds out on live TV?
Oh, that might be fun. Let's go for the kid.
This has become one of the best things we do, one of my favorite things every year. The KidCast is coming up on July 22nd, and the winner this year, Antonio Veneziano, 12 years old from Baldwin, New York, has no idea he won, but he does see me, and I'm walking down to him right now to say hello and also to let him know. Hey, Antonio, what's up, man? That's your name.
God, he knows my name!
I do know your name. You want to know why I know your name?
Why you know my name?
Would you like to be the KidCaster with Gary, Keith, and Ron on July 22nd?
I would love to. Really?
Really? Absolutely. You all right? You did an amazing job. There were more entries than have ever been had, and you were the winner. I saw it. Your home run calls, pretty spectacular. You want to show us one right now?
Sure. Okay.
Go ahead.
Who should it be?
What are you wearing, Lindor? Do Lindor.
Okay. Lindor smacks one. Right field. This one back. It has a chance, and it's gone.
You guys see why he won KidCaster this year?
Okay.
Kind of a cute moment.
Cute little kid, yeah.
The video added a little something to it because you could just see how excited he was, and when the Mets version of the cat knew the young kid's name, he could not have. He lit up. He was so excited.
So he gets to call an inning or a game?
I think SNY does a thing called the Kids Cast where they'll obviously be bringing him in. I don't know if it's just an inning or a couple innings, or I doubt they have him sit there for the full 9. But, I mean, I think, when I was that age, if I would have gotten told that I got to go sit up and do an inning with Mike Shannon and Jack Buck, I would have.
Oh, me too. I couldn't have done it. Yeah. Those guys were like godlike figures in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Would have been hard. I guess that's their way of trying to reach out to the younger crowd.
Sure.
Must be the plan there.
Well, you see, like, NFL is putting games on Nickelodeon, kind of doing those alternate casts that are a little bit more kid-centric, but probably a smart move.
I guess. You really think kids need to go to... Someone watching Nickelodeon will stumble on an NFL game and say, oh, I'm a fan now.
I've never heard of this before, but now that it's on Nickelodeon.
They may be overthinking that a little bit. It's like putting baseball games on Facebook.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, what is this? What is this sport? Wow, now I like baseball. Come on, give me a break.
All right, well, let's finish up Fun with Audio. This is from the Two Hot Takes podcast, and this was a listener submission, and she's feeling a little bit betrayed after her husband went to a work party with some colleagues.
Am I wrong for feeling hurt and violated over my husband's work party? He told me he was going to be attending a game night thrown by his coworker, Valerie, at a hotel because she didn't want them in her house due to past behavior. Well, the next day, I got a message from one of his other coworkers' wives, Lisa, asking if I knew about the game they had played. Apparently, all of the men stole a pair of their wives' panties, and everyone had to guess which panty belonged to who. To me, this felt hugely violating. It also felt weird as Valerie is the only woman and has a male partner, so therefore she was exempt. I asked my husband about it, and he said it wasn't a big deal. He admitted he did take a pair of my underwear, but swore he didn't know I would be upset. I was furious and couldn't look at him the rest of the day. I feel this is a major betrayal. He feels it is something we should be able to laugh at. So, am I wrong?
Yikes. It's made up, right? It didn't really happen.
From what I've listened to the Two Hot Takes podcast, I think they pull these submissions off of Reddit. And if it's on Reddit, it's true. So I would have...
It isn't.
Yeah.
They made it up.
I don't know, but was the husband out of bounds there?
Sure he was. Absolutely he was.
Do you think you could tell whose underwear... No, but if we did like the 5 of us... Oh. Do you think you could tell whose trow was whose?
No, probably not. It's not like somebody's here weighs 300 pounds and someone else weighs 100.
Well, you said Martin was a little beefy.
Well, no, he indicated that he didn't think he could squeeze into the arch elevator.
Yeah. All right, well, that was the Fun with Audio segment.
Good times.
Yeah. So
not as much fun as having an air conditioner that works.
Oh,
especially when it gets warm, and it'll work if you keep that Design Air in your contact list. If something should go wrong with your air conditioner, it's supposed to be very hot this weekend, and you know darn well you're going to want that air conditioning to work, and when they go, it's usually when it's really hot outside. So Design Air is a number you need to know, or at least their website. Their website is designairservice.com. Name you can trust, serving St. Louis now since 1904, and the longest-running sponsor here on TMA. Seth Goldcamp, the man in charge there, runs a fantastic team. Whether you need service or a whole new unit, Seth Goldcamp and the team at Design Air are there for you. The website again, designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904 and home of the handsome repairman. I suggest you ask for Larry, the Silver Fox.
Mm-hmm.
That's my suggestion to you.
I'll ask for him if I need to call.
Okay.
That's who I would call.
All right.
TMA 101 ESPN, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, 10 o'clock hour. We'll be back with the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day coming up here in about, I'd say 13 minutes, Doug. In between now and then, we're just going to have a little fun. We're just going to wing it a little bit. This is TMA, brought to you by Brown & Crouppen.
You can now listen to 101 ESPN On Demand. Get caught up on all our shows and podcasts at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. 101 ESPN podcasts are presented by the Schaefer Door Company.
When was the last time you checked if your car and home rates were competitive? CarltonInsurance.net today.
Save big at Menards and prepare for the summer heat with a new air conditioner from Denali Air. Quickly and efficiently cool your spaces with auto and eco modes to maximize performance and save on energy costs. Cool your space from anywhere in the room with 3 cooling speeds and a remote control. Save big money on Denali air conditioners. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Ugh, my storage is full. I have to delete some photos. Don't need these. Our holiday world trip?
You can't delete those.
The one of Mom's hair after riding Thunderbird?
My hair remembers Zach's blue ice cream face.
No, I'm keeping these forever.
At Holiday World and Splash and Safari, we can't free up your phone storage, but we do have free soft drinks, parking, and sunscreen. Time to make room for the good stuff. Visit holidayworld.com.
Hey, it's me again, Dr. Pryor. I've missed you. So I spent more money on advertising because I couldn't help but notice that you still haven't made an appointment with me at 100 West Dental. It's quite simple, really. Just type www.100westdental.com into a web browser and schedule a consultation with me, Dr. Pryor. That's 100 West Dental. Or call me. Please call me at 636-585-0100. I can't wait to see you.
Michael's Flooring Outlet is sending out an SOS. We're expanding fast and need your help. We need a flooring warehouse expert pronto. We need a flooring scheduler just as fast. Join our growing team at Michael's Flooring Outlet with locations in St. Peters, Darden Prairie, and Creve Coeur. Don't wait. Visit michaelsflooringoutlet.com and click on careers today. Michael's Flooring Outlet, where great floors begin with great people.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in St. Louis and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. That's right, just $45 a month when you bring in your phone with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Open your 101 mobile app for your chance to win a pair of 4-day passes for Major League Pickleball, sponsored by Stella Artois, July 17th through July 20th at Chaffetz Arena. 101 ESPN listeners can get a special discount on single-day and 4-day tickets by using the code WXOS. Find all the details on that special discount code and find that chance to score free 4-day passes for Major League Pickleball, sponsored by Stella Artois, right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
I'm going to let this one breathe for a second.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Is this another 4th of July song? It isn't. This is Christopher Cross Sailing.
Mm-hmm. Just a little yacht rock.
Okay.
Some of our listeners might be out on yachts over the weekend.
Most of them, I would think.
Yeah.
This is such a huge yachting community. All the marinas we have around here. You kidding me?
You've been on a yacht, right?
Sure.
Down in Miami?
Mm-hmm. Have you ever been on one?
No.
Would you like to go on one?
I'd love to check one out.
Oh, would you?
Yeah. At what point does a boat stop and a yacht start?
Well, I would think a yacht is a boat.
Right. All yachts are boats. Not all boats are yachts.
Oh, boy, you said a mouthful there.
But what constitutes...
How big does it have to be?
Clip that off.
I would say maybe something that has a bedroom in it, a bedroom and a bathroom.
That could be.
Could that make it a yacht?
Do you get seasick or motion sickness?
Not too bad.
No.
I think a yacht is one of those things where you can't define it, but you know it when you see it.
Ah, yeah. Speaking of, something that you can also identify when you see it is big backside, Doug. And according to the New York Post, here's why gym bros want big butts now for themselves.
Gym bros.
Gym bros. Men like big butts, and they cannot lie. For decades, straight men often ignored their glutes in the gym, not wanting to draw attention to their butts and focus rather on their abs or their biceps. But now, The derriere is having its day.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Many fitness influencers are now tailoring their content to show men their go-to exercises for a, quote, shelf-like butt. And more men are showing up to Pilates and other classes that focus on the glutes. It is trending more the last few years than the last few decades in my career. John Russa, a physical therapist and personal trainer with pain-free performance, told GQ.
No.
It was once laughed at, and now people are standing in line at commercial centers to use the hip thrust machine. You ever do hip thrust when you go to...
No, of course not.
Conversations around male bodies and physiques aren't as common as the same conversations had around female bodies. Other than the dad bod, the social standard for male bodies seems to have remained the same. Broad shoulders, big arms, sturdy chest, mostly ignoring the lower body altogether. The ability to have a bigger, broader shoulder, a V-taper. We talked about the V-taper earlier. It's the separator from men and women many times, Rusin explained. Many men think it's more masculine to be able to have bigger, broader shoulders, big chest, biceps, upper body. The lower body just goes to the wayside. But times, they're a-changing.
I don't know if they are.
I've seen a major evolution in how men approach glute training, and we're seeing a growing focus on functional glute strength. Juddy Ferguson, F45 headquarters senior athletics educator, said.
What does he know?
Juddy? I don't know if that's
I don't know his name.
GQ spoke to several fit fellas about their glute goals. When I started taking fitness more seriously, a nice butt became my top goal, said 33-year-old Rich, adding that he was drawn to the killer cabooses of the superheroes he read about in comic books. Kevin, also 33, added that his butt is the body part he gets the most praise for from both men and women. I have a huge butt that has been used as a pillow, he confessed.
Okay.
Adding that people notice his butt, and it certainly played a role in his love life. What do you think about all this? I think it's good that people are starting to put more of a focus on the lower half.
Is this because people just tend to be bigger and heavier and fatter than they used to be, and now they're saying, "Oh, I'm not really fat. It's the trend."
I do hip thrusts.
Right.
There's nothing worse than a guy that has a great upper body but 2 toothpicks for legs, Taylor, 29, told GQ.
How often do you see that?
My boyfriend has a literal shelf butt and looks really strong. So much of the power when he's doing sports or other activities comes from the lower half of the body. However, not every guy is willing to go that extra mile for a well-endowed rear. While over 90% of BBL patients are women, more than 400 men in the U.S. got BBLs in 2023, and the interest keeps growing. According to Allure Aesthetic Plastic Surgery, a male BBL is specifically customized to leave a more sculpted and masculine contour, ensuring that it looks, quote, proportionate and natural to the male physique.
Well, that's big of them.
A good butt isn't just a sight to see. It's also a sign of physical strength. The glutes are the powerhouse of the entire body, Rusin said. They sit on the backside of the hip, which is the second most mobile joint in the body, and are really active in every single movement that you could possibly think of. Whether you're a man or woman, you can't afford not to train them. Doug, that's the New York Post.
Okay. And you buy into that?
I think it's very important to have a strong lower body. I've always been pretty big from the waist down.
Why would you say that to me?
I was a catcher for my entire life. It's been well noted how I have the best calves in the city behind Tim.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
But, yeah, I think it's important. You see too many guys go into the gym, do some bicep curls, maybe knock out some bench press like Savard, but you got to get the...
How many guys do you see with huge upper body and tiny little toothpick legs?
I think that's more common than
Are you really
think.
paying attention to what the other guys look like? You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, I look around a little bit.
Well, there's so many different body types. I think you just do what works well for you and then leave the other stuff for this crazy nut job who wrote that article.
You know, if I were to get one of those, if I became male BBL number 401...
You're considering, aren't you?
I would think about it, and if I did it, I would probably want to get it insured, and I don't know if he does this, but I would probably call James Carlton if I needed it.
Yeah, he'll do it for you, probably.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency has 425 five-star reviews when you type his name in Google. That's James Carlton, State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. They are local, and you call 314-961-4800 during business hours. You are going to talk to a live person with James Carlton's team. You are not talking at a call center. You are not talking to somebody who doesn't know you or your family's policy. How important is that? How nice is that? How old school is that? That's the customer service that separates James Carlton from the rest. And in addition, James Carlton has saved TMA listeners thousands and thousands of dollars over the years. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves, online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800.
Didn't say anything at all about BBLs in there.
No, I'll call James after the show and see what he has to say about that.
Okay.
You're listening to TMA 101 ESPN. We'll be coming back here in a few minutes with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Got time to get them in still. Giving away 2 Adam Sandler tickets, Doug.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a great show. So
That's for the 17th of October.
17th of October.
Right.
What a great way to spend that evening, seeing the Sandman. You're listening to TMA 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
This is Jay Delsing, and my show Golf with Jay Delsing can be heard right here on 101 ESPN, Sunday mornings from 8 to 10. And it's brought to you by CGI. That's Golf with Jay Delsing, heard every Sunday morning right here on 101 ESPN.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. This summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you.
Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
My name is Dan. I was injured in a car accident. I don't know how any of this works. I'd never been hit like this before. Brown & Crouppen has been there for me from day one. They came out, met at my house. It was more about me as an individual. It was more about taking care of me. It was more about representing me. And that feels great.
Here for you whenever and wherever you need us. Call Brown & Crouppen now.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field. It restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Hey, it's Jamie Rivers here, and between now and the end of summer, chances are that you or someone you know is in the market to buy or sell a home. And like me, you probably know a few realtors. Yeah, me too. I know several. However, when someone I know needs to sell their home, I always recommend Gloria Lou with your home sold guaranteed realty. Yes, I've been telling you about Gloria for years now, and here's why you should call. Because no matter what the market does, Gloria will guarantee upfront and in writing to sell your home at 100% of the market value, or Gloria will pay you the difference.
St. Louis home sellers, if you're looking for certainty and the most money guaranteed for the sale of your home, call me, Gloria Lou. My name is My Promise, your home sold guaranteed realty. Call me directly at 314-325-6888 or visit me online at gloriahasthebuyers.com. That's gloriahasthebuyers.com.
Gloria and seller must agree upon price and possession date.
One little light can stall out your entire day, the check engine light. So I reached out to my go-to problem solver. Dad, what do? He didn't miss a beat. Take it to Telly, he said. So I did.
Telly Tire and Auto Centers, now open in Baldwin on Manchester. Take it to Telly.
Sponsored by the International Hot Rod Association.
The International Hot Rod Association Outlaw Nitro Series is back. 5 events, 4 locations. 1 explosive season. Top fuel, funny cars, promos. You are in the stands. Get your tickets now at IHRA.com. It's IHRA.com.
101 ESPN has your chance to win free tickets to Jason Aldean with special guests Nate Smith, Raylan, and DJ Silver. On Saturday, July 19th at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. Find all the ticket info and get entered to win those free tickets for Jason Aldean right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. Powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals off today. They'll be back in action starting tomorrow for a little 4th of July baseball. 121st pitch at Wrigley Field. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Cardinals going up against Colin Ray for the Cubs. That'll be at 1:20. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Me and Mrs. Jones. I don't know who the singer is.
This is Billy Paul.
Oh, okay.
Now this is music here.
I think, does this qualify as yacht rock?
No, I stepped
yacht
out.
rock is just kind of slow, pop, soft pop, right?
Yeah.
So this could be yacht rock.
Could be.
I think so.
Could be. I like this song. Heard it recently. Put it on the list. Said I'm going to play this next time I get to DJ on TMA.
Huh. That's exactly what you did.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure it was a big hit. Maybe not as big a hit as Adam Sandler ticket giveaway for the email of the day.
No, big doings here for the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We made it to the finish line, Doug. Let's knock this email of the day out.
Okay, you've got them right there?
Yep, let's do it.
All right. And the prize is 2 Adam Sandler tickets?
2 Adam Sandler tickets, October 17th. To the winner today.
Okay, nice prize.
I pledge allegiance to the khakis of the United States of Tim is the greatest, and to the thighs for which they cling, one nation, under Tim, unzipped, indivisible, with liberty and visible calf definition for all.
Stop it.
Tomorrow might be the 4th, but tonight, I want fireworks, not in the sky. And Doug, be honest with me, can we meet behind the Town and Country Long John Silvers to swap dirty diapers?
No.
That's from the Springfield Mud Tosser.
Okay, wasn't great. Springfield Mud Tosser.
Morning, gentlemen. What a great day, July 3rd, or as Tim calls it, Nudie Magazine Day. We all know that's the real reason he's not here today. Martin, glad to see you stick around today and not have to go back to school, or as you call it, onboarding. Doug, he's not here right now.
No, he did leave.
Go.
He didn't go.
It's probably a good idea to take a break from learning cursive and baseball terms like bunt. B-U-N-T. If you need any extra help studying, I'm sure Doug wouldn't mind taking off an article of clothing for every answer you get right. Can't say I miss Jackson, a.k.a. Mr. Moneybags Deeds. Doug, if you need to fulfill your foot fetish dreams, I'm sure Jackson would let you change his socks. Chairman Kurt, with a C, my name's spelled with a K, but whatever. Haven't forgot about you. Wanted to see if you wanted to play a round of golf later. Got a tee time set. How about you meet me at the 9th green at 9? We're not playing at a goat farm, so wear something nice. Anyway, hope you all have a wonderful 4th of July weekend. Cheers. That's from Scotty J.
Scotty J. He's new. We're hearing from some new ones.
Yeah, the Sandler tickets, they bring them out.
I guess it does.
Thank you to the incredibly handsome Martin for sticking around for email of the day. Doug, he's not here right now.
He didn't do it.
But I'm not here to buy votes. I'm here to talk about the dangers of fireworks. 1982 Vianney father-son 4th of July mixer. I had played my cards right and was finally about to score with chaperone Billy and then it gets a little graphic.
Okay, blocking.
That's from General Colin Plow.
General Colin Plow. He's new.
I admire Doug for always showing up and being so dependable. Tim is so handsome, and hopefully he's greased up and getting all hot and crispy on vacation. Chairman, did you call Tim to make sure he's okay after the fire alarm scare? This was worse than the early show when everyone was gone. So sad. Trade every expiring Cardinals contract, period. Love the slap and tickle as always. Happy birthday to America. Have a good weekend, boys. That's from Salty Bald Dad Brittany.
Okay. Salty Bald Dad Brittany.
And finally, you guys remember Idol Season 14 Stadium Tour when they came to TR Hughes? Best concert of my life, just me and the boys. It was me, a dude from Hazelwood named Shad, and my nephew Mike. Mike said Taylor Hicks once winked at him in a Sonic drive-in. Anyway, things took a turn after a group performance of I Swear when Bo Bice blew out his knee mid-lunge. Clay stormed off whining, I'm a solo act, darn it, and Ruben just sat in his beanbag chair, stage left, eating Zapp's Cajun Crawtators?
Oh, I've not heard of those. I don't know.
Humming Boys to Men into a karaoke mic that wasn't plugged in. Later that night, in a Days Inn courtyard off Hampton, Shad and I shared a Parliament Light in a moment with Bo. He swore up and down that Brian Dunkelman was still coaching vocals from a garage in Fenton. We believed, we felt, we harmonized.
No.
We're a throuple now and proud to say I'm a gunkle.
Oh, don't ever say that again.
Every time I hear Invisible by Clay Aiken now, I taste chili cheese Fritos and bubbles. Doug, that's from Dalton, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Well, he said some sentences I was uncomfortable with.
What you got?
I'm going to go for Salty Bald Dad Brittany.
Salty Bald Dad Brittany. Well, I mean, I guess I'm kind of the Speaker of the House today, so my vote counts for 2, and I'm going for Dalton.
Dagnabbit, Lucas!
Dalton has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. He's going to see Adam Sandler October 17th. Whew, we made it, Doug. Congratulations.
Well, thanks for running the ones and twos over there.
Yeah, I didn't throw a perfect game today, but
close enough.
Quality start.
Right, it's rarely perfect.
Quality start.
We don't want it to be perfect.
All right. Well, everybody out there, have a great and happy and safe 4th of July weekend. Watch the fireworks.
Leave that to the pros.
Careful with those fingers.
Don't shoot them at me.
If you want to shoot me a birthday message on Sunday, I'd love to receive them.
The big 4-0?
The big 4-0. For Doug Vaughn, for Martin Kilcoyne, for Tim McKernan, for Action Jackson, for my brother Kevin, this has been Chairman Kurt. You have been listening to TMA on 101 ESPN, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This Saturday, Mets and Yankees. Pregame at 2:30. First pitch at 3:10. The MLB plays on 101.